Now I am become death, the feeler of oof. Hello there, DFC here. I am now live. Thanks for noticing. The name of this song is Destroyer of Worlds by Deadliner. Now, they have an entire album, see if I can find it, yes, called Trinitite. Trinitite being the name of the mineral formed at the ground zero of the first nuclear bomb detonation. And all of the names of the songs in this album are based on something of that era, something of the Manhattan Project, and the like. I especially like One Electron, very good song. Now, the title of this stream is Now I Am Become Death, the Feeler of Oof, harking back to one of the tweets I made, in which I mistakenly used the wrong quote, or like I messed up a word, but that's not important. What's important is I am older, and I have had life experiences very recently that have helped me improve as a person, and despite the many problems that I have. And this is good. This is very good. Hold on, this is not up to date. So what I seek to do in this stream is to kind of collect a lot of the ideas that I've had over the last 2 months and try to compile them into a helpful string of characters. I'm not describing this very well. I want to consolidate a lot of the ideas that I have for music and in general for my life. And I'm doing this in the format of a stream because I thought it would be interesting to kind of have a dialogue about it, and to kind of play around with this song and this song. But before that, we need to create a document, and I'm going to quickly swap to a Be Right Back screen. You know what, I'm actually going to swap to this screen, because I am technically still starting, and also because the Be Right Back screen has me muted, and that's a whole complicated thing. The reason I'm doing this is because there is, I'm going to be sharing a lot of sensitive information, to varying degrees. Like, you don't need to screenshot or anything, it's not that deep. But for this, there is more sensitive information, like medical stuff and whatever that I don't really want to share. Also titles of songs that I'm working on. What's the best way to go about this? Probably make a new section. Put it at the front. Can I name this, please? Pretty please? There we go. We're gonna call this Trinitite, just for the fun of it. So the formatting of this, I'm probably gonna put this in the middle, like so. Or maybe I should be showing you what I'm doing, shouldn't I? That would be the best way to go about it, but no, I'd rather this be... nope, not like that. Trying all the permutations here. I'll put this here so that it's closer to chat. Yeah, and then I'll have the notes be a little bit bigger. Okay. Here we go. As you can see, it is just a gray box so far. I should be able to see formatting here. This is basically Word, but different. Do I do that here? Always show ribbon. Here we go. Oh, but I don't want to see this then. Oh well. So, I could be silly, and you know what, I'll do it miscellany. I always put a space after things to make sure I'm spelling it correctly. I'm gonna use this font, like 36. That's my font that I created. It's a bit rough. I'd like it to be a little cleaner, but and especially because I don't have a lot of characters. I have all those characters, but I don't have... What was it that was missing that was on the main keyboard? Ah, underscore. It looks really out of place. As well as... No, those look good. Although they look a little strange when you put... No, actually they look fine. Anyway, point being, made with font, and it's supposed to be a Minecraft font. Like, I use it in a Minecraft resource pack. But that's irrelevant. What we're really after is organization of ideas. And I think a bullet point list is going to be helpful. And I don't think there's anything sensitive here. You can't see what I'm doing, but trust me, that is okay. Oh, definitely don't want that. It's the best way to do this. I think opening a new instance... I can only open one of them, can't I? Dang it. And if I copy this... I could copy it to Word? Oh, then I'm being real silly. I'll go ahead with it. Shouldn't be anything sensitive here. Nope. These are just, things from high school and middle school. That's Nicolaus Cager-Nicius. Absolutely silly. I will swap from this... Wait, I don't remember how this song goes. I just listened to it. Yeah, it's nice. I'll play One Electron, because I thought it's got really interesting subversion. Make a blank document. And we're gonna copy paste things, but not until I okay them. How do I... Okay, just like that. Like there, starting a measure early. Real cool. Okay, so we definitely don't want you saying that. That is... Oh, let's put this over here. No. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. I really should have... Oh, dang. I should have sorted through this a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep that out of the stream, but I will include this. Yes. Alright. Oh gosh, I hate the default word formatting. Wait, hold on. Can't I... Don't I have a, new... But I have my own thingy, my own template. Where are my templates? Am I going to see passwords here? I could just search it. I don't know what it's called though. It's like... Yes, here we go. Unfortunately, it is all white, but that I can... Wait, could I get... Do I have a white version? Oh, you have the black. Silly me. Okay, let's swap to a... What am I gonna do? We'll go with... I think this playlist that I made. Repeat, but not shuffle. Okay, good. Now we're getting into it. Okay, so this is the wrong thing. I actually want to get the other Right. Okay, so I forget how to change the background color. I'm going to quickly do that, and then we will begin. I know this is kind of a long start. How long exactly? Just so I have a reference. Yikes. Okay. Is it design? Layout. It's layout. Can I prove it to you? No. Is it design? It is. I won't do. I ask myself, how much do you? I'm still learning to... I think this song is too high for me. Okay, there we go. Let's format this a little bit artist way. I have no idea what that means, honestly. Friends. Actually, we'll leave it. That's going to mark a new page. We're going to move on to the next document. What is this? Oh, I know what this is. Wait, can I show you all this? Pray to lose. Okay, so this document seems like a bunch of gibberish. Like, they're words, but they don't really connect with each other. That's because these are my... I feel really... Okay, never mind. These are my wraps, rather, for my Fortnite guns. They just have a really cool look. I might show later, just to give you an idea of my aesthetic. Webcam problem is resolved. It's my life. I feel like this text is bigger. Is it not? It's all 12? Is it just because I capitalized it? It never ends. I'm actually going to move this, so I will take a bit of time to move this to the right place. I should have typed this in a better place. I am sometimes silly. All the time. Do I want to do that? No, I'm gonna... Yeah, I'll put it here. Cool. Consolidation. This. Oh, I can delete that. Ooh, that feels good. Just delete stuff. Monitor and OBS goes to virtual cable. Yes. Find more virtual cables. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Let's do that. Logbook. I could just be copy pasting this. I don't know. I'm not doing that. Put that there. Did I spell receive wrong? Extra E. Do I want to include this? I've got that already. Thank you, me. Actually, no, I will include all this, yeah. Yes. And I will interpret that live. Wait, is this? Yeah, okay, we already went through that. Or I already went through that. No one else did. It was me. Okay, that I don't want. This I also don't want, because I don't feel like talking about that today. It's not because I don't like you, it is because I'm still figuring that out. I mean, I've mostly figured it out, but I still want some time with that. Feeling good about... Oh, yes. And I'm going to add to this past note that I made however long ago. Do, 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 do. It goes do, 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 do. I think I might be messing that up. Artist, Do, do, do. Yes, okay. We can do that. Even though one of the subjects here is a little iffy. So this, oh brother. What's his name? Oh, I don't know. I'll just do this. I'm gonna... Sorry, it's just because I want to protect this guy's... E... What is... Oh. Wait, what? What? Oh, it's V. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I know. No, this isn't exactly... Wait, what? Oh, B is B. B is B. Fun fact. Oh, wait, wait. There. Okay. Okay, I already got that. I really should be doing this in front of you. I really should just be... not sorting, making sure that the things that I'm showing you aren't... Oh wait, I'm not on the right keyboard. My bad. This song is fun. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, I know what that means. Yeah. My cryptic words do make sense. Hi, Tanya. I'm not... Yes, okay. Hello there. How are you doing? I'm not doing anything on this screen right now. But I will. Just give me a little bit of time. I misspelled that word. But I already know. Oops. Okay. I think, wait. Oh my gosh, I wrote so much in this one. My goodness. I wrote so many words. My goodness. I need to stop. So, I'm doing okay. Just got back from camping and took a long back. Ooh, nice. I just went on a hike with my friend and, yeah, I can definitely... Like, I did not go on a camp, you know? I did not camp, and I know that's a whole thing. But I got to feel good hiking, you know, chatting with people as I went up. It was a good experience. Definitely want to do that again. Okay, delete that, and I think that's everything. We'll see. Oh gosh, look at all this. Look at all this. This is all one document. And it's not even like a Word document or anything, it's just text. It's just straight up text. What is this? Let me do... Actually, no, I could include that. I don't know what that means. We'll leave that for future me. I don't know what that means exactly. I wrote that twice? My goodness. Dot 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 dot. Is that? Yeah, that is. Okay, we'll include that, and we'll include this. Include all this, and that I have no idea what it means. It could be something terrible. It's probably nothing, but I don't know what it means, and I wrote it, so that's concerning. I mean, I'll leave it there. If you see it, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. And then finally, we'll write this around here. And take out this stuff. And put it at the end. Because I do want to talk about music. How was my week? Now I am become death, the feeler of oof. No, I'm kidding. It was good. I mean, it was kind of disappointing. I wrote more notes. Hold on. Okay, I can include... Well, I have to delete a lot of stuff, actually. Actually, I don't need to delete that. I can keep that. I'm just not going to include it. I will take out these. But that's good stuff. Good notes. These are really good notes. I really want to tear these apart. I might not even have time for all this. We'll see. My week was kind of disappointing at first. I was hoping something would happen. I was hoping things would work. I was hoping to be positive about things, and that didn't work out. Nothing bad happened, per se. It was just disappointing. Things were not as good as I had hoped, and it means that I'm going to have to do a lot more work. And this isn't easy work, this isn't like, oh, I just need to go do that. Good, now I know what to do. It's just hard. But, I had a lot of good conversations with people, with my music coach, which we'll get into, as well as my friend, Brendan. We went on a hike together earlier today. And that was good. That was... like... I think historically I would look back on this week and go, man, that week sucked. But after these conversations and this hike, I think I want to believe that I will remember it for the good stuff. You know what I mean? It's a transition for me from one way of thinking to another, and I hope to keep that. And I'd just be more not be optimistic. That's not my goal, but that sort of thing. So, yeah. I hesitate to say good, but there were good things that happened in the week. So right now, I'm going to start creating some categories for my notes, because my goodness. Let me order it by specificity. The more specific things will go on top, and the more broad things will go on the bottom. Life? Mindset, I guess. Twitch / streaming. Not streaming, but I'll keep it. I'll change it later if I don't want it. Social, and I'll have to split mindset into, what do I want? No, I'll do influence, and then more broadly practical philosophy. I don't know, I'll rename these later. I think this will help me as an artist, as a streamer, as, you know, having a dialogue about all these things. And then I do want to turn a lot of this into lyrics. And so as a musician, both as a person who is a musician and as a musician whose art needs to be composed of something, I think this will be really interesting. So, this, basically just write things. I need to write, which isn't what this is, surprisingly. This is after having a lot of conversations with my music coach and all these other things. So I'm gonna put that under artist specific. Can I get a bullet point, please? Pretty please. Okay. I'm gonna skip this song because it's not topical or anything. So the highlight of your week was meeting a bear. Whoa. But everyone was okay. Bear was nice. That's cool. So did it, like, what was that like? What was the bear like, I guess? I need to make this smaller. Not what I meant to do. My goodness, you're annoying. Can I copy that, please? Are you kidding me? Can you cooperate? My goodness. Alrighty then. Hi, Strawbellas. How are you doing? Tanya was just talking to me about meeting a bear while she went camping, and I am doing whatever I'm doing. To be honest, kind of hard to pinpoint what exactly it is. Why am I pasting this at a size that I don't want? That is silly. Nope. I like the song, but don't want to listen to it right now. I want to meet a bear. You guys can't see each other's chats, right? No. So I'll communicate on your behalf. Working on some emotes. That's nice. I'm doing alright. Yeah, no. Yeah. So I'll do my best. So Strabella's meet Tanya. Sort of. Kinda, sorta, maybe. Not really, but kinda also, so maybe. Well, I can move in here. Ah! This is Tanya. You can tell because she's here. Thank you, Tanya. Glad you're doing alright. I was listening to you as you were speaking about your week as well. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah. I'm getting there, you know? I will briefly mention this, because I was writing this after I walked and, you know, had my hike with my friend. The idea that I can have pleasure in pain. You know, while I'm in pain, I can have pleasure. And to not worry that I have the pain and that it's taking away from the pleasure, but instead still be okay with that. And kind of maybe even feel good about the complexity of the emotions that I'm having. Instead of, ah, dang it, I feel bad, I want to feel good. Dang it, dang it, dang it. You know, instead going, you know what? I feel bad, but that's okay, because I also feel good. That sort of thing. I'm learning. So it was a big grizzly bear, came to the dumpster looking for food perhaps. We wouldn't even know about it if some teenagers haven't told us. Huh. So were you able to, like, to see the bear? It was like 15 to 20 meters away. I never asked, like, where did you go camping? Was it like a foresty area or a trail or a, not a trail, but like a meadow, or what was the environment like? Okay, you're gonna be difficult, aren't you? I don't want to have to do this every time. I don't want to have to do this every time. Is there a way I can make this bullet points and then copy that and then... Okay, getting there. I think I can work with that, yeah. These are technically different fonts. And I am very, not strict, but I prefer everything being perfect. And these are notes that I'm making to myself, so definitely doesn't need to be perfect, but whatever. Took a few pictures from far away. Mountains near lakes. That's cool. I went on the hike today, and I really didn't expect to like it so much. You know, I'm like, oh, you know what? You know, it's going to be a good experience, all that. But it was a really good experience. And just looking at stuff, I'm like, wow, I've seen this sort of thing before, but it just looks so, like, appreciating nature. Which kind of sounds, to me at least, it sounds a little childish, or I don't know, like, I feel weird saying that out loud, but I mean it. And yeah, like Strabella said, it's refreshing. You know, you don't need to work or put your attention on anything specific. You can look at the tree, you can look at the ground, you can look at the sky, you can look at the birds, you can listen to things, smell things. Just feel your body walking. It's an experience, and there's no... You can't quantify that into a logical statement of true and false. You know, that doesn't even make sense. And it doesn't need to make sense. It can just be. Music specific, music. Song specific. Sorry. Just... Song specific. Oops. I mean, it should be fine, but... so Rangers tried to follow Bear and scared away from camp, but it came back from another side of our camping site when it was already dark. People followed it out somewhere to the lakeside. Yeah, it is a powerful beast. So I'm not really commenting on what I'm doing here, but let's see. I need to, yeah, I'll just leave it there. Yes, I'll write that down. I keep making enters, or new lines. So, I'll comment on this. So this is a website created by an artist, where he kind of just emails people, or like, as an email newsletter kind of thing. So people email him, or mail him, and he just responds to it. It's like, hey, Fluffy Bear 99, I read your message and I appreciated it, and this is what I was thinking about this week, and, you know, what you wrote to me, you know, here's my take on it, and have a good week. Like, that sort of thing that I thought was really interesting. This would be artist specific. It was fun, it was peaceful, I was surprised how quiet and stealthy it was. Yeah, I guess I see a lot of... Well, on one hand, I've seen a lot of images of bears, making sounds, you know, that sort of thing, in media. But all the experiences that I've had with bears, which were usually at a big distance, like bears walking into our neighborhood in Washington, yeah, they're mostly chill. I mean, they were not, what's the word? I know the word is aggro in video games, like to become aggressive toward, like they were just chill, didn't make a lot of noises. I think at some point they were like curious about the dogs, and my brother ran home, you know, scared that it was going to attack. Yeah, I'll put this here. Well, that. Okay, let's do... Hold on, I'm separating my ideas. What? Why are you a different size? That don't make no sense at all. 12. Okay. Wait, why is that bullet point different from this bullet point? What? Word? Why? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, because it's not a bullet point? No, that, yeah, I don't get it. Anyway, word baffles me sometimes. Let's put this here. So what I'm doing here is I'm separating, relationship-specific things that I talked to my music coach about, who is a therapist, but he's not my therapist. Don't worry about it. And kind of sifting through both what we talked about and just ideas that I've had over the past few weeks, past 2 months. Can you... Oh, that's not right. Can you please, pretty please? Maybe... Thank you. Okay. Just, you know, positive self-talk and stuff like that, but also, like, things that I grew up thinking that the world worked one way, and it actually works a very different way. Why are these... I don't get it. Oh. Those weren't even bullet points, they were... This is a character. Like, I can copy paste this. How was that there? Did I type that? I don't know. Confusing. Mystery for another day. Logbook. This. This is basically my notebook or diary, and I have not added anything to it in many months. And I just wrote a couple sentences, and before that, I spent like a year not adding to it. I definitely want to continue adding to it as a daily or weekly thing. And then I have notes to myself that are about Twitch and streaming and basically all of this will go into Twitch streaming. It's not all specifically about streaming, like this is a de-esser for Audacity or FL Studio, and it basically makes it so that my voice doesn't have the harsh you know? So I listen to myself and I'm like, man, that sounds harsh. It does not sound soft and clean like I would like. Separates. Much better. So that's what that note is about. And then I have links to either microphones or... I forget what those are about. Now this... Where is it? This is a chord progression. I'll put that here. And you know what? I'm gonna make another category for... I need to make this a little clearer. I really shouldn't be spending this much time formatting, but you know, I had to spend my time somehow in school, and a lot of it was formatting, so I am I was efficient at it, but not so much anymore. But it's still kind of relaxing, I guess. That makes sense. Why is there a space here? Can you... Thank you. It's not a space, it's a new line. And then at the end of this, I'm going to do... it's just Fortnite. So one thing that I want to do for Fortnite specifically is not have that in all caps. Oh my goodness. Is create using the Desmos calculator, a way to calculate how many kills and what your position needs to be to get a higher rank. Not sure if that's ever gonna pan out, because that seems like a daunting task. And it might change every update, for all I know. Fun! But it is something that I am looking into, quote-unquote. So this is what you're doing for the whole stream today. Kind of. Eventually, I do want to get into the actual music. Writing the lyrics, a little bit of composition, but... Yeah. It's different. This is probably the only time. I might do this one other time. Dad bank. How does that still get in here? Get out of here. Oh. I need to talk to my dad about the bank. I'll leave it at that. But I already know about it, so that's fine. So the guy's a therapist, and he knows about like medicine and stuff. And he was describing lithium as a mood stabilizer and a compressor in music as a volume stabilizer, kind of drawing a parallel between the two. There's no reason to have that word there. Feeling good about feeling good. There's no weight to it. I'll just include this, because I think the comparison kind of falls flat in this context. Is it it's music specific. But don't delay. Feeling good about feeling good. Don't feel bad about feeling bad. kind of what Eli likes to do is apologize for stuff all the time. Just be okay with things is what I'm learning to do. Practical philosophy. How do you feel about that, Tanya? About me doing this? Is it interesting, uninteresting? Sorry, I'll try. Art is a constant revisioning of the subject. Yes. Creation is a separate... Yes. Like a painter? Yes. Discord. What's that all about? Something I need to be aware of at the moment, or can I leave it be? I can leave it be. Okay. Yes, so this would all go into... Still laughing at what you said. Music specific. Better than Fortnite. Really? Do you not like, which do you dislike more? The Battle Royale where I'm fighting people, or the, Save the World where I'm fighting zombies? Because, yeah, I can see it's, you know, just going to Twitch. Memo app. Put that under music, writing. Wait, what? Where is that? Where is that? What? I just wrote the word writing. That, what does that even mean? Writing? Huh? Yeah, I write music. That's the point. Writing equals free formatting? Is that what I meant to say? I don't know. Silly. I definitely prefer Battle Royale, and I know you enjoy Sword of the World, so I just chill and watch. They're all the same to me. I can't understand or follow no matter how many times you're trying to tell me what's going on. It's like my brain filtering out all the information related to Fortnite. Yeah. Maybe if I did, like creative maps, where I'm just, you know, just shooting, right? There's no complicated thing to it. It's just aim training. Maybe with building, like simpler stuff. Because I definitely get frustrated playing Fortnite sometimes. And that's why I go to Save the World. But if Save the World is this thing where it's like, well, it's not that interesting. Let me make that a little more clear. There are a lot of letters in music. C can be chorus, C can be the letter C, the note C, I mean. C can be the treble, the alto clef. Anything else? There's a couple other uses of that letter. Actually, I'll put this at the end. Oh, shooting would be even worse. Too noisy. I'll just pickaxe them. You okay with that? I just walk up to them and swing my pickaxe at them. Sing, songy nonsense. So this is an idea that I thought was interesting. So basically, to get ideas pumping of what you want for a song, you can just say gibberish. You just go blah 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 ba 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 ba, and that can become watermelon taco, piano in a soft bowl, you know, and then that can develop into an actual series of words. And that's a very intriguing concept. You just start ad-libbing or what is it, scat talking? You know, the scat man, basically. just scatmanning your way through a song. That's a tool that artists use. Okay, so this is music specific. And then song specific. Oh yeah. Yes. Well, yes. Well. Yes. So I'm writing a song called Catch-22, based on the book Catch-22, but not about Catch-22. But I could make it about Catch-22, or at least make the at least use stand-ins for the characters to kind of use the parallels or use the actual examples from the book to kind of make the flow better. Because right now I just have chorus. That's it. And I'd like to actually create a song, please and thank you. And you kind of need more than a chorus most of the time for that to work out. So that's one of the ideas to kind of flesh out the verses, is to just kind of talk about the book in the song. That's about the book. Whoa, crazy. So what is already there? Develop ideas. This is kind of, yeah, I think I'll include this in the music part because it's really about the creativity of music specifically. Deathbed proposal. Right. Yes, that is also important. Fictional stories can do amazing things for defining morals, desires. Finger was a little short. Yes. I think I'll just kind of let that go under song specific, because it really is. I don't know if you see the problem that I see, but that's annoying. When I scroll down, I can't actually see the stuff. Like, develop ideas, right? And then you just see, like, what is the name of this? So, can I do this? Ooh, does that help? It does! Would you look at that? I can actually do things. Wow! Right, but I want this under song specific. What was I talking about? Here. So this line right here, fictional stories can do amazing things for defining morals and desires, is really about Catch-22. Because I want to use a fictional story to talk about morals, to talk about, not politics per se, but like, things of a political nature. Wow! Yes. I can't really see what... Oh, there it is. That's a cute emo. Deathbed is all chorus with rap over... or not? What does that mean? Do you guys know what I mean? Deathbed, which is the name of the song, is all chorus with rap over... Oh! With the rap over or not. A better way to put it is all chorus with occasional rap on top. There we go. Watch yourself in the treatment molecule thing, you know. Yee. So, this is a musical idea. This is specifically to a song. Anything else specific to a specific song? Specific? I should really change this to... No, I should not. This is the way. Wow. It is time to transition from Dr. Pepper to water. This is all song stuff, right? No. This is for making songs, the specific art of songwriting and mastering and everything. Then this is for making music, which includes songs, but it's more... yeah. This right here. Letting the critic in too early kills tracks. Basically, I have the tendency to... Bruh. I have the tendency to be overcritical of my work before I even finish it. And in the early parts of writing music, it's very ambiguous. Like, I have this song right here, which is... Sorry, it's a bit of a flashbang. But what you basically see here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 instruments. And this is the chorus. It's not going to have 10 instruments. This is overkill. But I'm getting out all my musical ideas in parallel with each other. And then what I might do is take these instruments. Oh my goodness. Take these instruments and make a chorus out of this. And then these two could be in a verse or a pre-chorus or whatever. These lyrics right here are... they can change over time, especially with my other song. Where are you? My goodness. This lyric right here, running out of thread in my spool, sucks. Like, it's bad. Like, it's a good idea, but it just does not work in this song. Nice idea, right? There's a visual in your head of a spool running out of thread, but it just doesn't fit in the song. But that's okay. I've left this here for like a week. It's fine. I'm probably going to change it today, actually, when I'm done going through all my notes. But this is the sort of thing where, like, I'm learning to be okay with it. This wacky drums that I have going on. Like, maybe it's dumb, maybe it's, you know, terrible to the ear, but I'm starting with that, building on top of it, and then I can change this, and then I can change this, and I just iterate, you know, changing until it's something I like. At least that's the idea. Have we looped? We have not yet. We got 2 more songs after this one, so 3. That's help. Sorry, correcting a couple of the errors. I don't need this to be capitalized. Or do I? I'll capitalize this. So yeah, that's what that idea was. Very important for me to learn that, because if I don't, I'm just going to... What's the word? Flagellate? I will make me feel bad, and I could just instead use that ability to critique myself when it's already done, and focus more on my efforts of critique on creating the final product, as opposed to the early stuff. So anyway, we're gonna... I don't remember what this is, actually. Is it? Yeah, I can go here. Bloop. Bloop. But with... Okay, that's a funny video that I have not watched yet, but I know it is funny. at least to me. It's so funny, I already liked it, which means I already watched it. Cool. Anyway. Why did I write this? Was there a... Yes. Yes. So I'm gonna copy this link. Because what I didn't realize until my music coach told me is that John Williams used Wagner, a composer of the olden days, in the theme of Darth Vader. Checks out to me. Yep. I guess I liked it. Wait, did I put it in music influence? Oh, okay. Yes, I did. So that's something to look into. Why can't I control Shift V? Dumb. Very dumb. I dislike. Moving from a place of little ideas into a place of more and more ideas. Yes. Just throw this all into music specific, because I was chatting with my music coach. Obviously, we're going to be talking about music a lot. Let me change the order of these words so that they make more sense. Of course, that... Familiar. To bring... I spelled familiar wrong? Oh, I missed an I. Good title. Thank you. Context to what's going on. No. I am become death. The feeler of oof. That is your content. No, I'm kidding. I am coalescing all these ideas that I have into another list of ideas that is basically the identical thing, but more organized. And then I will be making music. That actually kind of... Making music. Oh, yeah. I won't be using all these ideas, but when I get to the end of the list, it'll make more sense what the title is all about. It'll all come together. So right now I'm just kind of fixing the wording of this so that it makes more sense to future me, and maybe that it even makes sense to you. Go wonder. That's not a phrase. Never mind. Or use playing the long game. Yes, the long game of 3 pages and 798 words. Is ampersand a word? It is. Okay. Unexpected versus chorus that's familiar. Sorry, I need to actually drink water. Imagine. How are you doing, the Ancient One? Hydro Homie, yes. It's water, but in my mouth. Well, not anymore. It's in my stomach, but you get the idea. I put it in my mouth as a process that is very familiar to human beings and other animals, but anyway. Develop rational skills as they pertain to getting help. Okay, so this would be as a... How do I put it? As a... Not a coping mechanism. What is it? It's like a coming to familiarity or comfort place? Comfort zone? As a comfort zone? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Just chilling. That is respectable. And now we have looped. So I'll let this one play out, but I will cue... I don't want to be skipping too much, so maybe I found myself in love with you. Where do I put it? Where put? If I would find my reason, maybe. What's in here again? Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, that was a weird noise. Yeah. So, does this make sense? Repetition without time. Going to? No. Coming back to a repetition. That doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to me, and maybe that's all that matters. The concept that I want to get across is that there are times where we are uncomfortable, and so we go to something that's more comfortable. And for a lot of people, repetition, routine, certainty is a comfort place, right? So if things are going crazy, you go to your friends. If things are getting out of hand, you go to your safe place. You know, you curl into a ball, or you do something that you're familiar with, like maybe you go on your phone, or you know, do a job that you've done a lot of times, that you maybe are good at, but more pertinently, something you're familiar with. And there are things that we can come to as a comfort zone or whatever that can be called repetition, but it's not a repetition in time, right? So like a song. Ooh, this is a cool tie-in. Okay, ready? Have your minds blown? I want to say it's here, maybe. Shut up here. No, it's not that. It would be. Is it synth? I don't think so. No, it's not. Where are you? It's not here. Where the heck is it? Is it 10? No. See, it would be cool if I found it. Oh, here it is. This. Not too loud, right? Not too loud? Okay, it's kinda loud, sorry. That's recording level. Don't want to touch that. There. That should be a little better. Right? That's a repetition in time. It's just the same 4 chords repeated over and over again. And on top of that, that's really loud. I'm sorry, that may not be loud to me, but it's probably loud to you. So, this is a sense of comfort. It was loud. I'm sorry. The reason it was loud is because all these tracks build on top of each other, and these are at max volume, or that may not be the max volume, but the point is, it was, yeah. There's not really a filter. Is there hold on, there should be a filter. There's no filter. So when into my ears, it sounds fine, but there's no limiter on the desktop audio, so it just goes crazy loud. Let me make a limiter real quick. I'll show you what I'm doing. Basically, I'm making the threshold of this just a little bit less. Release. Like, hold on, I need to record something real quick. Really? How do I stop the recording? Okay, pause. I can do that. One more time. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do this right. Okay. How long is that? That is 0.3 seconds. So 300 milliseconds? Wow. That's a big number. 300. That's like one, but 300 times. Impressive. All right, so what that's going to do is that's going to make it so that it never gets louder than a set amount. For me, it's fine. My ears were not blown out, but I know for you, it was just sending an unlimited amount of volume into your ears. Let's try this again. So this instrument right here. Wait. No, it was actually this instrument. But yeah, along with this instrument, are identical. It's repetition through time. And that's one way that repetition can manifest. Another way that it can manifest is in a similar idea. So for example, if you are repeating a chorus, but instead of using the same words, you use words that rhyme, right? And the syllable structure is very similar, right? That's a form of repetition. You're not repeating yourself literally, but you're repeating yourself in the manner in which you presented the chorus the first time. And I kind of want to bring a sense of comfort or repetition without literal repetition. Find different ways to present things in a way that isn't too confusing. Because what one can do, and this isn't recommended actually. Sorry, that's the wrong thing. It's not recommended that you do this, but what you could do is bring out one instrument, right? And then the second instrument, do 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 do, and then the third and the fourth and the fifth, right? But that's too repetitive. And what you could do is you could just start with a chorus, which some songs do, but when you have 19 instruments, it's probably a bad move. So you start off with less instruments. So at the very beginning of the song, if I unmute here. So the acoustic here is very quiet, so I'm not even going to count it. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 asterisk. The kick, snare, I'm going to count as one instrument. So 9 instruments. That's half of the instruments of the song. And this instrument right here fades in. So while this is happening, you got this fading in. Very nice. And in that way, you can kind of ease the listener into an idea. Using this literal repetition, and then call back to it the next time. Adding a little more flair with the, where is it? Oh, are there no other? I guess just this part. These little funny instruments. I think it's in flute synth. And is it in here? Yeah. Like those sound like animals or something, but it's synth. It's all synth. I mean, apart from the things that aren't synth. But everything else is synth. Well, I mean, apart from everything else. But this is synth. I don't know. But the point is, like, you use this repetition, literal repetition in the form of the instruments repeating themselves, and the chorus being somewhat similar, the verses being the similar structure to kind of make it a cohesive song, as opposed to a song that's changing all the time and disorienting, which can be a song. There are a lot of songs like ooh, I don't know if I can play this song, um, but I really like it, like really, really like it. Um, and I showed it to my mom, and she hated it. She's like, "This song doesn't make any sense." Okay, well the titles of those songs are a little sus. Here, Shuggy. The best, well, the second best intro to a song that I've ever heard. Because it's just so nice sounding. And then I skipped over here. Or yeah, here. Right? You can kind of get the sense that it's the same song. Oh. Huh? And then the end of the song. It's so disorienting. And I think that's the point of the song. But if all your songs are like that, it's kind of just a turn off. Like, oh, there's no cohesion. It's just all randomness, right? It's not pleasant. And we find pleasing these ideas that are more repetitive, but not too repetitive. And finding that balance is something that I want to perfect. And in order to perfect it, I need to make mistakes and be stupid and do things that are less than ideal. But I need to do it. So that's what all this was about. Let's do that. Oh my goodness. You have to be annoying, don't you? Okay. So we're going to put that into music specific. And then... yeah, I'll keep that. Wait, what? It repeats? Huh? Wait. Huh? I'm a little confused, but we're moving on. Also, the, what's it called? Thumbnail is based on this image. I'll show you the full image. Just because I thought it's pretty neat. I made it back in 2019, but I edited it so it'd be a little smoother, more thumbnail appropriate. Boom. Doesn't that look nice? I like it. It's not quite a black hole, but I like it. And if I like it, you'd better like it. Kidding. Yeah, so I'll put these ideas into personal or practical philosophy. Yeah, that'll go in here as well. Therapists don't go to therapy for a specific thing, just to join with another person along with the process. I thought that was a cool idea. It's also, like, mandated in some states, but it's okay if the outcome is not what I want. I hate that. I hate that, but it's important. These things might not be important to you. You might be like, oh yeah, I learned that when I was a kid. Still haven't figured that out yet? I will skip this song because it... I'll also skip that one. I like it. I'll also skip this one. This is music. Oh, you could hear my crunch? Oops. Oh, my bad. Challenge the discomfort and do things just... Oh! Oh. I went to go check Discord and... Oh, this is my music. It's Sad 17 in F sharp minor. Did I have a album cover for this? No, I didn't. Oh, correct, because it's just the excerpt. That's right. The whole of the song is not something I'm particularly proud of, but it was an experiment. Challenge the discomfort, accept the aspects of the diagnosis. Well, that's broad. Seek out how others can help. This is normal in the arts. Okay, so this... I'm kind of mixing a lot of stuff. This will go into music. I do want to write music, songs about these topics, but I need to get my feet more into the ideas that are important to me, immediately important to me. And then I can write meta music about the process of writing music, because I really don't know. I've written, I think, 4 songs. Well, written is a very generous description. Yeah, 4 songs. One of them was a cover, or a remix. One of them was experimental. One of them was a cover, but technically it's in the public domain, so I can do whatever I want with it and call it whatever I want. And the other one is an original that is... Oh boy. I will talk about it one stream, but not this stream. Yeah, I still need to figure that out. Actually, I should turn a lot of my tabs, because I have a lot of tabs open. Probably consolidate these 2 tabs I need. Wait, what? Oh, I see what I was getting at. Yeah, okay, so in Fortnite Battle Royale, add, new guns, use Midas Flopper for each. There we go. That's 2 tabs deleted. I'm gonna add... Okay, so I'm gonna pause, because I thought this was really cool. So this is a song, and it's kind of cool. It does something interesting. Is that too loud? No, it's good. So I'm just gonna skip to the chorus. The music video isn't that important, but... That's such a cool melody. Like, the lead up is a little anticipatory or repetitive or whatever, but the end of the phrase is so satisfying. Does it repeat here? So satisfying. But what I thought was interesting about the song, bro, is that this song is in the public domain. The artist Alan Walker, who I've listened to a couple of his songs, just kind of released this song for anyone to use however they want. And there is I know about the song because I heard a Nightcore version of it, which I actually prefer more than the original, which is very rare. It was this song, or this video. I think the speed of the song in this remix, which I think it's literally just Nightcore, so they sped it up. That's the only change that was in the song. Maybe some EQ. But the fact that the song is faster, I think makes the lead up more satisfying because you don't have to wait to get to the good part. It's it's close, it's nearby, but it's not just the good part. And that's what I'm kind of learning with music is you don't just want to have the music to be good all the time. You need it to be just kind of mellow at times to give the good parts more oomph. If it's just good part, good part, good part, good part, it can sometimes be exhausting. And just having that balance of like keeping your attention and then boom, satisfying. And again, I don't think this song is perfect, and I wouldn't want to analyze this song per se. But that final refrain, or whatever the right word is, of the melody, that I want to analyze. And I know it's going to be really easy. It'll take a couple minutes. But it's the sort of thing that it's just another tool, right? When you hear something that you like and you're a musician, you want to know why you like it, or at least I do. I am driven to analyze. I'll put this in song specific. Oh my goodness. Can you please ignite by Alan Walker. Alan Walker. So the reason I'm repeating this is because I want to analyze the final refrain. Do 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 do. Wait, can I? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Dang it. Ah. I could Windows tab, but I have so many things open that it would just be more confusing. Okay, here we go. So is it? It almost works. Goodness gracious. How does it usually go? Wait, what? So it starts on the do 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 do. Oh, so that's a bit different. That's why it almost works. Because I'm comparing this to another song, and it almost works because the thing that I'm thinking of, the beginning of the beat starts on this note. But in this song, it starts on the note below it. And these two notes, they're different notes. So it doesn't quite work. But then how would it... I'll analyze it later, but just a little taste of what I am capable of. Sorry. Challenge the discomfort and do things just cause, accept the aspects of the diagnosis, which isn't... So it's not a technical word. It's just the idea associated with a diagnosis. Seek out how others can help. Yeah, I'll just put this all in these. If I do, wait, if I do delete, okay. Oh. So, like that ending is so satisfying. And the more satisfying things I come across, the more satisfying music I can create. Which means I can delete this, because I already know that. And this I can probably actually put in this other thing. Ooh. Oh wait, I already have it here. Okay, so I can just delete that. Cool, one window closed. 4 more to go? How many do I have open that I don't need? Oh, only 3 more. Actually, only 2 more. That's like 2. Work with someone with ADD and you might have, yes. So I have tendencies and I like to focus on things. Focus, focus, focus. And that can become obsessive. And if I hang out with someone who has lower attention span than I do, we can kind of keep each other in check. You know, I will, I'll say things like, hey, we need to focus more. You know, we need to put our attention on these things. And then that guy can say, well, you know what? I think we should change gears and do something more interesting. And we will find something in between. So this is where I'm starting to get into more of the interesting stuff that I wanted to make the stream about. Sorry, I'm doing something. Surprise. I always have to be doing something. So I'm just pressing buttons real quick. And okay, just doesn't wanna. Yeah, we're good. Non-intuitive self. I think I want to do that. Put that into song specific. Hold on, I need to create another category specifically for this song that I'm working on. Because I've worked on it and risk aversion. I don't want to include that in the song. I do want to include it, but just not in the song. You know, it's a good concept to include, but in another song. Oh, I've been putting these at the top. I forgot. No, I'll put it into music. Because that's where I have all these other songs. It just makes sense. I have diversified on emotions, more available to different emotional states. It's better if I do it than if it were done for me. Let me put a comma there, even though I don't need one. I need to own myself. These are some things, again, that I want to bring into my music. But that's going to take a while. In the meantime, I'll just apply it to myself and move on. Oh, if I don't press enter, it doesn't put an enter after it? That makes sense. My pleasure and my curiosity is a hopeful sign. Okay. Mysticism. Tanya, you familiar with the word mysticism? So this will go into practical philosophy. No enter. Okay, but I put one before. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm good. Kind of. So I'm kind of taking artistic liberty with this word. But I watched the movie Oppenheimer, and it was a good movie. And I was intrigued by the character of Oppenheimer, both as a character and the character of the person. And there are certain elements of his persona and the ideas that he had that I want to implement in my own life. But of course, I won't be building any nuclear bombs, and I definitely don't want to get into the same problems that he had, which I'll get into later. But one of the ideas that he presented is the importance of mysticism. I'll try to get a quote to expand on what I mean. If I search that, okay, that's still the first result. Good. Okay. So if I search mysticism, he liked things that were difficult, and since much of the scientific work appeared easy for him, he developed an interest in the mystical and the cryptic. So he basically studied Hindu scripts and Hindu texts in the Sanskrit script, um, and he wrote of one of these books, the most beautiful philosophical song existing in any known tongue. And he would give out uh, this book as a gift, you know. And he wasn't religious or anything, but he found valuable these works um, of the humanities, basically. And what was another one? Both Bohr, another scientist, and Oppenheimer had been very analytical and critical about the ancient Hindu mythological stories and the metaphysics embedded in them. In one conversation, Oppenheimer remarked, I have. That's not relevant. Yeah. Wait, is this the same? Oh no, this is his friend. So his friend said this of him, that he turned away from the hard, crude methods of theoretical physics into a mystical realm of broad intuition. In Oppenheimer, the element of earthiness was feeble, right? The practical stuff, or the logical, or the things of the dirt, of the earth, of the basic stuff. It was feeble. Yeah, it was essentially this spiritual quality that he had, that is described earlier. This refinement as expressed in speech and manner that was the basis of his charisma. He never expressed himself completely. He always left a feeling that there were depths of sensibility and insight not yet revealed. These may be the qualities of the born leader who seems to have reserves of uncommitted strength. So he's basically saying that Oppenheimer was a leader. And one of the ways he kind of exuded this mysterious persona and this sense that he was more than what he let on was probably because he liked the mystical so much and almost wanted to become a mystical figure. And that's interesting. Like, I would have never thought to do that, but this seems to be, to me at least, to be more of a fundamental aspect of him and less of just an act that he was playing. Because you could say, oh, well, so he's pretending. He's just not saying things, or he's acting mysterious just to confuse people, and they think, oh, wow, he was such a great guy. So intriguing, so mysterious. But I think this did come from a place of true, like a true interest on his part, and this just kind of leaked out of him as a character trait. That's not why I focus on it, though. I actually focus on it for a different reason. It's this mysticism, or this belief in things that are ill-defined, that kind of give some quality of meaningfulness. I'll add that word. And what I mean by that is, I kind of write it here. So curiosity is the balance between the known and the unknown. To ask, what is this? How does this work? Where did this come from? Right? In order to ask that question, you need a basis of what those words, or of what you're studying, right? What is a black hole? Well, first you have to know that black holes exist, right? Or at least the idea that they could exist. Then you can ask, how did these form? Where did they come from? How many of them are there? How massive are they? What are their qualities? What does it look like? Right? And curiosity, in order to survive as a concept in your mind, you must always be in a state of not knowing things, of uncertainty. And the things that infuse you with the greatest curiosity are the things that are somewhat mystical, right? The soul, the purpose of life, right? The significant other that just has these qualities that you don't quite understand, and you marvel every time they do something or say something or laugh a certain way. It's because you don't really understand it. At least that's my interpretation. You know certain elements of it, and there's certain things that surprise you or that do something to you that you maybe maybe you do expect them, but you don't know that you expect them, or you don't know how much you need it. And I think this element is really important. And for someone with depression, I think this mysticism, so to, this isn't the best word to describe it, but this mysticism is a source of pleasure or excitement or curiosity that can bring a person from, you know what, I don't really care, from apathy to asking questions to being involved and a part of things. And I kind of want to condense this idea into a song specifically about this topic. But more broadly, I want to kind of apply it to the way that I approach music, because my intuition is to simply start with something and end with something, right? The song, I'll briefly bring it up. I won't show you the other songs because that would be bad. Okay, never mind. That's not gonna work. Sometimes when I type into the search bar, it gives me the results in my favorites, but sometimes it doesn't, and I don't get it. Um, so this song, right, that I wrote, I arranged a thing that already existed, but that's my point. It's an amalgam of a song that already existed, some of the other songs that he created, and Blue Dabba Dee, Dabba Die. I basically had something that already existed and modified it, and modified it, and modified it, until I got this. And that's easy. Arranging a piece, remixing, is easy because it already exists. I just need to make changes to it. My other songs and songs that I want to make in the future, they don't already exist, right? There is this intrinsic uncertainty to what direction the song will go in, of what words I'll use, of what instruments I'll use, or which chords, or what the melody will sound like. And I hate that. I hate it. I just want the song to go from not existing to existing, or to work on something that already existed and iterate it over and over and over and over and over again until I get something new. But that's not really how it works. And I hate that But I need to learn to love that, to have this active curiosity where I'm not just curious about the things I find mystical, but I find the mystical in the things that I need to. Or another way of putting it, I do have this quality. I'll show you right now. What's it called? Is it chartreuse, right? I saw this word and I'm like, hey, that's a color. And then I found out it was a liquor. And I'm like, huh? And then I found out that the liquor looks like this. It's yellow green. I'm like, oh. And then I found out that it's made in a monastery by monks. And I'm like, come again? Wait, you're telling me that devoted religious people who separate themselves from society are making alcohol in the monastery? What? Right? And I went on this rabbit hole trying to understand the etymology of chartreuse, the location of the Chartreuse Mountains, why the people who live in that region are called the Carthusians, right? And I was able to find this curiosity out of the subject, right? It's a color. I was trying to find out why the color has that name. And I went on this long, you know, rabbit hole, which, is a waste of time. But my point is, I have this ability. But when it comes to my own life, I'm like, oh, that's not interesting. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's stupid. Oh, I made a mistake. I messed things up. I'm far more critical of myself. But reading about some monks who were kicked out of the monastery, and then the recipe was torn up or destroyed, and there was only one more copy, and the copy was sold to a pharmacist, and the pharmacist died, and then the there was a factory that was created to create this stuff, to basically ripping off the monks because they weren't able to do it. They were legally, like, it was illegal for them to make it or whatever. And then this factory was making it. Then the factory went out of business. And then some random dude, bought the factory and just gave it back to the monks. Like, it's such a cool story, but like, it's so not important for me to know any of this. But if I could apply this fascination and curiosity in my own life and in my own music, I mean, I could do so much more, right? For the longest time, I looked at this song and I'm like, well, what the heck am I going to do here? I've got all this music, right? You can't even see it. Like, I've got all this music and I got no words, not a single word. How am I going to fill up all this time? I do want lyrics here. That's not a question. The question is, which lyrics? What am I going to say? I have something to say. What is it that I need to say? And I'm just like, I don't want to work on this. This is dumb. This is a waste of time. I'm just looking at a blank page and doing nothing about it. But what I'm starting to learn, and I have it here, is to delight in things. And where do I write it? In between moments. Basically, to find a value in the moments in between things. So, like, I'm working on this, and then a couple hours later, I'm working on this other thing, right? I have this inspiration to work on something, and then, oh, I have to go do this, right? But in between those two moments in time, to actually make use of that time, right? If I'm not inspired, how can I do anything, right? And it's to find this mystical quality in what I'm doing, to almost make it more special than it really is, just so that I can maintain my curiosity and my persistence to work on it and to really get something out of it before I have to go do a second thing. Beer, maybe not. I'm very sleepy. I understand. If you need to rest, I hope you have a good rest. And if you come back, I will happy to greet you again. So, yeah. And I really want to relate these ideas with the character of Oppenheimer and with mysticism. For him was the works of the past, and mysticism for me is a little bit more spiritual and, about God and stuff. But I'm still working out how much of that I want to put into my music and how much of it I kind of want to keep out, or at least, which songs I would want to put it in, because I don't want to make it an every song kind of thing, right? I'm not a worship leader. I'm not a worship musician or a worship band or praise and worship band. I think that's the proper term. I wanted to talk about God, but I want to do it appropriately because I want to make music for everyone, regardless of your walk of life. I think I can put all of this into the philosophy section. It's really important to the music, though. I'll sort it out. I'll figure it out. So if I enter, it creates a space. If I don't press enter, it creates a space or a new line. Why is that? Why you do that? That's mean. Uh, free play. This was a musician thing, wasn't it? Improvisation in life and art. Ooh, ampersand. Wait. I just hallucinated a character in text that did not contain that character. Anyway, that was weird. Maybe it was the letter K? I don't know, it's not important. I need to buy a lot of books. I'll put this here as one of the books that I need. I probably will read this one first, though. Practical philosophy. No, this will be music specific. Right here. That's a different... Yeah, I don't know why. It sometimes makes the font slightly smaller. I'm not sure why that is. What? Ew. What? Why does... Sometimes these things just don't make sense to me. You could make the user interface a lot more sensible, a lot more intuitive, but instead you maintain the same dumb, same stupid, same not stupid, but it's like, yes, if you've used Word in 1997 or 2003 or 2013, you'll be familiar with this. But like, why can't I scroll to change the number? I have to click this little arrow, and I still can't scroll. I have to move my mouse and click. The scroll wheel is doing nothing. Well, now it's doing something, but it's doing the wrong thing. I should be able to scroll. Same thing in Word, but if I go to, sorry. Yeah, I'm not going to go find it, but there are other applications that are more intuitive when it comes to that sort of thing. To delight in things, art is the thing that fills the void of things we cannot explain. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. Okay, so I need to find a synonym for mystical, because it's not quite the right word. It's something similar to mystical. Because I don't really agree with the base definition of mystical. That's not really what I'm going after. Mysterious, not really. Definitely not occult. Not supernatural. Esoteric? That has a bad connotation though. Cryptic. Arcane, recontract. Transcendental? Eh. Transcendent. Enigmatic? No. Not divine. Otherworldly? No. Anagogic? I'm not even sure what that means. Probably bad. Not bad, but like negative connotations. Let's start up the music again.
You bind it, you're gonna lose the primary function.
What? I pressed play, and that played a YouTube video, which didn't make a lot of sense because I'm in a different window. And then I paused it, and then I pressed play again, and it played Spotify instead of the video. But then why did it? I didn't touch anything. I don't know. That's mystical. Not really, but achromatic. I don't even know what that means. Definitely not. Nope. Mystifying? Nefarious? What? How does that have that connotation? What do you mean? Puzzling? Allegorical? No. Clandestine? Maybe? Inexplicable? No. Obscured? Nebulous? Ambiguous? It's not confusing, it's just... transmundane? What kind of word is that? That doesn't even look like a real word, it just looks like someone put a prefix in another word and like, ooh, a new word. Which I guess is how a lot of words are made, but I don't really get it. Esoteric. What do you mean? Definitions. That's not very descriptive. Marked by secrecy or privacy, private, select, It's not select or private, it's just... Yeah, it's not confined to and understandable by only an enlightened inner circle. That's not it. That's not the right word. Transcendental. Existing outside of or not in accordance with nature. Of or characteristic of a system of philosophy emphasizing the intuitive and spiritual above the empirical and material. Oh. I kind of like that. Although transcendental does have a connotation of like spooky, esoteric, that sort of thing. Which is what I'm going for. But it's better than mystical. I'll quickly find the definition. Having an import not apparent to the senses nor obvious to the intelligence beyond ordinary understanding. That's... Kind of want to bring down the volume even more, but it's probably fine. Probably fine. I'm actually going to press this button right here. Where is it? There we go. The definition of this word seems fair. Obscure deduction that ultimately knowledge or belief are gained by an act or process akin to a feeling or faith. Really? Obscure or irrational thought. I mean, yeah. Anagogic. Wow, thanks. That really narrowed it down. Thanks. Yeah, it's just too specific. Clandestine, I've seen the word before. Conducted with or marked by hidden aims or methods. No. Transmundane. That's such an ugly word. I like the word transcendental. I like that word. When is this? Oh, this is the music that played loading up the game. New title menu, and this is... Wait, it completely screwed up the order. Ooh. Yeah, so you load into the game, and this is the song. This is when you load it up to download an update or whatever. Got it. Got it. With transcendental... What would you call it? So Jesus talked to the Pharisees and whatever, and he's like, yo, you're being stupid. You're attached to the scripture and the law and all this stuff, and you're being terrible human beings. That is not the way. You need to be like this. And what would you describe that as? What is this that he wanted them to get? Did I spell Samaritan wrong? It's one M? My goodness. And I wrote Ecclesiastes. There we go. Transcendental, like, doctrine or philosophy or way of life or behavior. What's the right word? Conviction? Maybe? I'm not sure that's quite the right word. Yes, I do need to read this book as well. I'll probably put this at the top of... Sorry. So this book right here, I don't really want to explain it, but it's a book that was recommended to me. It is the Spirit of God that inspires us to create works of beauty. So it is precisely the moments in between the motivations that we need to focus on pushing through the boredom or lack of inspiration. Because if I only write when I'm inspired or motivated I'm only ever going to have a couple of ideas and burn out immediately. But if I learn to push through, I can make stuff that's useful. So this I will put in practical philosophy. And this I'll put in the music. This is more of a epistemology, or what's the best word for this? Like morality in the context of God, so like theology. So there's the story of the Good Samaritan, right? Which is a famous story of, and a lot of people don't understand the context, which is that there are these two holy men, priests or whatever, and they followed the letter of the law, right? Everything that was in scripture, they followed. So, by all accounts, these were great men, right? And they meet this guy just wounded on the floor. He was beaten up by people on the street. And they give these excuses for why they can't help him. And then this Samaritan, this disgusting... So basically, the Jews had their ethnic group, right? And the Samaritans were kind of people who had children with Jews. And so these were seen as like not inbreds, but like unclean or impure, or just racism, right? And they hated the Samaritans, and to some extent the hate was retributed or reciprocated. And so these groups hated each other, or at least the Jews hated the Samaritans. That much is clear. And the reason Jesus chooses the Samaritan is because he says that this is a good Samaritan. And we use the phrase good Samaritan like, oh, I'm being a good Samaritan, or that guy was a good Samaritan. But the point of the story is that this guy was, to the audience that he was speaking to, considered bad, right? Like, if you were to go to the... it would be equivalent to telling a story in the late 1800s of a black man, right? A free slave, a freedman, who goes and helps a wounded white man, right? That would be the closest equivalent in somewhat modern history in the United States. And it's an interesting story because the story isn't meant for people who love everyone. It's meant specifically for the racists. And to show them, hey, you look up to these people, but really they're not the good guys. The good guys are the people you hate. The people that you show contempt for, the people that you would leave on the side of the road beaten. So there's this message here of conviction, or I don't know what the right word is, but like, it's a kind of argument that doesn't exist in pure logic. Because you can't really argue with people who are racist, right? You can give them logical arguments, but most of the time they don't care. It's these messages of emotion, of not mysticism and not transcendental, but like that they transcend logic. And I really want to grasp how this is utilized so that I can write music that isn't just logical arguments, because most people don't care about that. The reason Jesus was known as an effective communicator is because he used these arguments that appealed to people's soul, A lot of people like Jesus as a character and as a philosopher, and don't really care for the religion of Christianity, specifically for these reasons. Because he was effective this way. And, I want to take some notes from Jesus of Nazareth but I also want to take notes from other not arguers, but philosophers and people who argue to get a good idea of how to effectively communicate with people that might want me dead, or that are just mean, right? Because I don't want to convince everyone, right? I'm not gonna cry if I write a song and someone doesn't like it, but I want to communicate in a way that's effective to as many people as I can. And just saying, hey, these people are good. They don't care. I need to tell a story. I need to invoke emotion. I need to communicate this in this sort of way. I'm still figuring out how to actually put that into practice. This is Fortnite. Jesus Christ and morality and ethics and effective communication. Fortnite. I love the absurd. Oh, what's this song called? I think it's Half Harley Manor? Oh, it's Relatively Visible Darkness. I always make that mistake. Relatively Visible Darkness is this song. Half Harley Manor's do do do. Wait. Am I going insane? I'm not. But if I were... Where? It's at the very top. Right. Okay. Actually, you know what? I like this song. It's a very... not spooky, but it's got spooky undertones. I don't even know. I'm in a silly mood. Oh! There is a leading or trailing space. Not sure if that's gonna mess things up. Wait. Did I? I didn't. My bad. My best friend and your best friend sit down by the fire. I don't remember how that song goes. Do 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 do. I'm sorry, I'm out of tune. Am I still... Wait, are you serious? Wait. Yeah, that's dumb. How did I do it? Oh, this button. Do 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 do. I don't have the range necessary to sing along. This would be song specific. Do 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 do. So this that I'm copying over is a chord. It looks like a math equation, but it's a chord. The chord is C augmented 7, and I'll briefly show you what that sounds like. Again, sorry for the massive amounts of white currently on the screen. It is very bright. Best I could do is this. Actually, wait, can I do that and then that? Well, might as well zoom in to get... Alright, just... yeah. That works. So, this is C. Oh, I should go down an octave. There, that's C. C augmented is created by augmenting the fifth, bringing it up 1/2 step. And then I played around with C augmented 7, which sounds like this. And that's funky. And then I discovered C augmented major 7, which is done by getting the 7 and bringing it up 1. And it's just like, it's so stable and unstable at the same time. Another way of interpreting this chord is E over C. And what's weird about that is in the key of C, right, there's no G sharp. Like that's not a scale. I mean, it is a scale, but shut up. And in the key of E, oopsie, you'll notice that there's no C. There's no C. It sounds out of place. So the C in the key of E is out of place, and the E in the key of the E major chord in the key of C doesn't make any sense. So if I were to do something like oopsie, something like I hate when it does that. It just sounds weird. It's got a cool vibe to it. I'm not sure how I would use it, but it's neat. Another tool in the box. And this as well. Sorry. If I don't press the keys at the exact moment, it doesn't play as a chord. So, not sure what I'm going to do with that, but definitely want to use that somehow. And because these are basically the same idea, I'm just going to put them in the same line. Back to listening to music. So I want to find this song. Let's pause the music. Yes, this was a really interesting song. It's alright. It's just like mystical. It's a mystical song. I'm not gonna wait for you. And I'm pretty sure what makes this mystical is that comments are turned off. So this is the name of the song. Wasn't sure about that. I'm pretty sure this song utilizes quarter tones. So on the piano, you'll notice that there are white keys. And there are black keys. And these are whole tones. And these are halftones. A quarter tone would be a note in between this note and this note. Something in between. And ooh, that's spicy. It's hard to do well, and I haven't heard a lot of songs that sound good. Like there's songs that sound all right, but there's songs that sound good, and this is one of them because it's like it's so relaxed the way the vocalist is transitioning to those multi or quarter tones. I'm not gonna wait for do 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 do. I think that's do do. I think that's normal. Do, 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 do. I'm not sure about that, but it has a really cool sound, nevertheless. And my goodness, I want to analyze that. I really want to analyze that. It's so fun. So then, live from the stage is what. Did I not copy it? What? Live from the stage. Bro, thank you. Just want to make sure I get the right song. That's a cool song. And then Freddie Dread's "Oh Darling." Wait, was it here? Was I confusing? I mean, that song also sounds really cool. I think this one has. Wait. Shut up. Wait, I want to see. Yeah, okay. So I think this one has profanity, so I will not play it. But I'm trying to remember how it went. But that was interesting. That was an interesting song. And I had the idea to create a counter melody using quarter tones from this song. I'm not sure if it. Oh, yes, I remember now. It's really cool the way it used a synthesizer. I would probably choose a different instrument if I were to make the song. I'd choose a different instrument. I'd also change the lyrics, but like, if I were to master or remix, you know, and I wanted to keep the same idea behind the lyrics, I wouldn't be able to change them. I'd probably change the instrument, but I wouldn't change the notes that the instrument plays because it's just so cool. And then this song, Port Waves Shadow Lady, has an instrument that sounds like the amethysts from Minecraft, and I thought that was cool. So all these would go under the song subsection. That's repeated. And then this is an idea for later. Later. Why does that look different? I don't know. This is probably best. Why is this highlighted? It's a bullet point, my dude. I don't need end punctuation on bullet points. Everybody knows that. Gosh. I just reloaded a page I didn't mean to, but it's fine. It's fine. I will be. Sorry, I just make noises sometimes. Not out of anger or anything, just, for the sake of making the noise. I want to hike. One of the things I want to do. Oh, is I want to see the Milky Way. Because I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know if you've seen the Milky Way. Let's get a... Like, look at that. I think that's a real photo. Yeah, that corroborates pretty well. I mean, the color is a little enhanced. Um... Oh, but I don't think that's... I think that's superimposed. I'm trying to find one that doesn't have this distortion. Because that's a view from a wide angle, which does look really cool. But, like this. I want to see this. You know? It wouldn't be this, this is a long exposure, a really long exposure. You wouldn't actually see this. But, imagine this, but darker. You know what? I'm doing this. I don't care. Just gotta wait a bit. Oh. Imagine this. I have to do it again. Like that. Just imagine looking up and seeing that. With... Hold on. I can fix this. I'll just keep it like that. Like... Something along... Alright. If I did that... Oh, you know what? It needs to be more like that. And then... It just... Like so. And then I bring it up a little bit. I don't know why I'm doing this. I want a little less contrast now, because I kind of messed up the contrast. Something like that. So from that to that, somewhat more realistic. I mean, it's hard to get across the darkness of the sky and the contrast. You have to have an HDR screen, blah blah blah. But like, gosh, I want to see this. I love this, and I don't get to see it enough. It's such a rare occurrence for me to be able to see this. I just see specks of light. I really want to see the Milky Way. It's so, so good. Resume.
$100 altogether. That one that Linus and Anthony built was about.
I just spammed the play button, and for some reason it swapped from YouTube to Spotify again. Weird. Do 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 oh do do. I'm not sure exactly what it does there. Showtime. Where was this? Ah, right here. The in-between moments as actually, I think that's better. And then slash motivation. I need to get new headphones. I keep cutting out a bit. The cord is a little mangled. Where is this? No. Is it here? No. Well, I can go better somewhere else, but this idea. I talked about it at the beginning. I don't really think I need to talk about it again. I'll formulate it as a paragraph. Oops, that was the wrong note. I cannot go that high. So I created this section called Oppenheimer and never included anything. So I'm just going to change it to visuals, which is not at all similar. Don't worry about it. So these ideas that I had are okay, I need to explain something. And to explain it, I need to show you something. I should do this in YouTube. I sincerely doubt this. Where's my... Put on my watch later, because this seems like clickbait. I don't see... Black holes aren't real? That's gotta be misinterpreting the data. I want to show you...
If light doesn't...
Where's the visual? Yes. I mean, that's a good visual too.
So it looks...
But it's not animated. There's another one by, Okay.
At least until we add a time axis. The squirrel...
So, the idea that I want to get across is that what happens what happens in proximity to a black hole, don't worry, this is relevant somehow, is that when you get closer and closer, right, the velocity that you need to go at to escape the black hole becomes higher and higher until at the event horizon it becomes the speed of light. And thus, your light cone, which is what physicists call the cone ahead of you, that in which you can realistically interact with the universe, right? You will not be able to see anything. Wait, that's not technically true. You will not be able to interact with anything outside this light cone, right? So for something that's traveling half the speed of light, for example, their light cone is fixated in front of them. And there are places and events that are behind them that they could never interact with. If they were to maintain that velocity, they will never interact with them. And two objects, one here and one here, can only ever interact with each other if one of them is stationary or travels in the direction. It's complicated, but my point is, in bringing this up, that within a black hole, all futures point toward the singularity. You can see the squirrel's light cone gets distorted to the point where all possible futures are in the direction of the black hole. Let me repeat that. All futures on the time axis are pointed toward a space within the black hole. Because of gravity, the space immediately surrounding the observer is forever bound in all of time to a spatial component. And science breaks down, and we don't exactly know, if you were an observer here, what you would experience if you were to survive, the tidal forces being applied to you. What you would experience, right? Would you continue to exist within the black hole millennia, billions of years, quadrillions of years after the sun has exploded? That's an unanswered question. I mean, we have some answers, but we don't know definitively. And my main point here is that black holes have the capacity to turn any spatial components into a time component, any time component into a space component. Your experience of time is forever in the direction of a space, a manifold that is entirely inward, never outward. And I bring that up because, actually, there is one thing that I can't let you see. There is a point to all this, don't you worry. I found this animation by Alessandro Russell. Oh, I mean, he's French, so French, Danish. He speaks French. And what's interesting about this visualization is you are placed into a cube, right? And the cube is just a normal cube, and it's a inertial cube. So the cube moves along with you, right? And what's happening here is you are traveling at the speed of light, increasingly faster until you get to the speed of light. So here it is, you accelerating, 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 ever closer to the speed of light. And this is what you would see if the cube was moving along with you. Your future, all that you can see is all the space in front of you. And the space behind you is distorted and enlarged. And if you were to look orthogonal, right? So you're looking to your left or right, you would see this. Space distorting in front of you. So a black hole is the embodiment of all your futures ending in a space. And the speed of light, at least the perspective that you have, is all space in your future. It's so mind-bending. Like I still don't like it's so non-intuitive, counterintuitive. But like you don't have to look around. You don't have to turn 180 degrees to basically see this is one face of the cube, this is another face of the cube, and this is the back of the cube. You'd basically be seeing the entire universe in front of you. The things immediately behind you, plus or minus however many degrees this is, all of it gets pushed to the front of your vision. And your perspective appears to be the entire universe at once. And the black hole is just the opposite. It's none of the universe. And in the case of moving at the speed of light, you are experiencing no time at all. You experience less and less of time and more of space. And in a black hole, you experience more and more of space. You experience more and more of time. Your time gets elongated, right? And to observers outside, you appear to be motionless. So you experience less and less of space. They're opposites to each other. And what's crazy is that in both instances, you are approaching the speed of light. It's just in a different geometry of space. Here, this is flat space, relatively. This is flat space, and the black hole is extremely curved space. So one way, yeah, I guess I'll show. I think I have. No, I don't. But basically, there's some animations of entering a black hole, and your entire vision kind of becomes like this. Except there's an in and out, right? So when you approach a black hole, right, your vision of the black hole gets bigger, right? The image of the black hole in your visual field gets larger. And if you're confused about that, just approach a tree or a car or any object, right? It will appear to get larger. But what you don't expect is for everything behind you to get infinitely smaller, right? So it would be like this. Here. So you're approaching the black hole, right? You pass through the event horizon. You get closer and closer and closer, and your entire field of view in this direction becomes engulfed by the black hole. And then you try to look at the rest of the universe, and it's like you're falling into a hole. And over the matter of seconds, right? You see this? Not seconds, but minutes. And it shrinks down. So a black hole is like a curvature of space that allows you to basically get a little bit of what it's like to travel at the speed of light. But of course, you would get destroyed. So there's that. And I'm looking for videos that kind of depict this weird perspective effects, right? The effects of distorting perspective and all that. Because I find that really fascinating, and I think in a video game that would be really trippy. I don't need you. So that's it in regards to collecting notes. I don't know what this is all about, but I'm going to sleep for now for sure. Good night, D. Good night, Tanya. I don't know where my music went. I mean, I'm shifting gears, but actually, yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I will now shift to music. What about the music though? I don't remember. Let me look it up. So where's my conscious self? Here. So I wanted to rewrite one of these lyrics. Where is it? This shouldn't be too loud, right? Agrees. No, it's this absurd reality. Tumbling through my life like I'm a fool. And then this. What do I want to say? I don't think my conscious self agrees. Not with this absurd reality. Stumbling through my life like I'm a fool. I could repeat a previous lyric. Stumbling through my life like I'm a fool. Hmm. This is what I was talking about, the difficulty of creating something meaningful and worthwhile. Because I could write anything here. I could write do 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 dee do ba ba boo ba. But that really wouldn't work in the song, would it? Absurd reality. Oh no, this goes T. Where does it go up? I just hear this. Wait, what? feel like these chords are wrong. What did I write? Oh, I left my water bottle open. Oops. It's A minor. That's not A minor. That's D, right? Oh, hold on. Hold on here. Okay, that's A minor. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I love that. A D minor, which I guess is now C minor. I need to just listen to this because it's so good. I don't know where I'm gonna go with this, but you know, I'll listen to it with drums. Let's see, right? So first it starts with E minor. Sorry, E flat. G. What are you? B flat. Is it? It is. Sorry, I wrote the song in the key of A minor, I think. But then I transposed it down 2 half steps. Yeah, G minor. G minor, yes, G minor. G minor, G minor, G minor, G minor. B flat. I'm gonna listen to the bridge. No, it doesn't sound as good as I expected. Okay. Right? OC? It was D. Right? That was wrong. But oh, F sharp, which I should have expected. It's the natural 7 of the key. I just never worked in G minor before. Not composing, at least. Stumbling through my life like I'm a fool, running out of time. I'm afraid, I'm afraid. Running out of time, I'm afraid. Or something like that. Like, this is why Power Thesaurus is so... sure. I'm afraid. Tags. Oops. Is it not this? Oh, there are no tags, it's just 31. Fine enough. Unfortunately is really what I'm after. It is a adjective or adverb. Evilly. That's not really a synonym. No. I'm gonna change the speed of the song. Just because I can. It's not gonna be a final thing. Just to get a sense a little bit more. I'll turn the volume up so I can focus on it more. Maybe 2 ticks. A little faster. I like that revoicing I just did. So I basically took the bottom note of this chord and brought it to the top. And it gives it a character that I really like. And I think that flows a lot better. So just focusing on these. No, that sounds dumb. Not what I want. What chord? Or what note? D? Oh, okay. Surreality running through my life like a What if I put a tom here? What's a tom? Oh, I used the tom in the other song, I think. Was it the other song? Wait. Yeah, I don't even have drums in the other song, so it has to be this one. Where was it? That's a snare here. No. Where do I put the tom? I have a tom here. Here we go. I'm thinking in these rests to put a tom. Oh, brother. Well, walk. Okay, buddy, you're annoying. There, and then I put this in the second one. There we go. So now when I paste it, what? Keep pressing the wrong buttons. How does that sound? Yeah, I like that. I want to say it's the same every measure. So, yeah, that's the same. It's the same. I can copy these two, paste it here and here. Just give it a little more fill. You can barely hear it. Now that I'm listening to it, I kind of don't like how many times the hi-hat is played. Hmm. I like this more. So take this out and make that an open hi-hat, and I think that's it. And then copy this here, which I already did. Paste it here, and then here, and then here. Okay. Something's missing. Maybe like a crash or a splash. What did I use? This guy. Where am I? Hmm? How does that sound? Maybe I need it here. Yeah. Like that. There we go. So what I'm doing here is I want to fill out this section because the second half of the measure is too inactive or too different, I guess, from the first half. So what I did is I used this right here, a crash symbol, or a crash, not a crash, an open hi-hat, and it kind of lasts a while until I hit the close on the hi-hat. So I open, like this is an instrument that you open and hit, and then close and hit. And I use this to kind of bridge the gap between measures. But then between this note and this note to this note, I wanted something. And between this note, whatever instrument this was going to, or whatever drum this was going to be, to this one, I also wanted to bridge the gap. But if I bridged it the same way, it sounds not repetitive, but it just doesn't sound right. So what I did is I used a closed hi-hat, right, to mark the, I think it's the beginning of the beat. It's hard to tell with the rhythm that I have. But I added this splash, which is a smaller symbol, and this kind of bridges the gap between this one and this one. So that's pretty neat. Quarter, eighth, 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 eighth. Trying to find a way to simplify this rhythm because it looks really complicated. But this is as simple as it gets. Tool, regroup, rhythm. Same thing. Right, so I copy these, paste it on this one so I'm aligned with the double measure, and then bloop. And this splash symbol is being hit on the offbeat, which is kind of adding to this complex rhythm that I have. Which it's not like it's out of place per se, but it's doing two things. It's one, it's kind of aligning itself more with the bass guitar, and it's right here, which is in the conscious self, right? That space after this note is kind of filled up by this splash, which I think is neat. It wasn't. I was just focusing on the relationship between this and the bass line, but I think it pairs even better with the whole thing. Maybe not here. It's not too special, but on the second half of the phrase. What if I did this? Maybe like maybe that. There. So actually, I'll do both. So where there's these eighth notes here, I'll do the open hi-hat, and where there's the dotted half note, or dotted quarter note, I mean, I'll do the splash. Yes. That way I get a little bit of, a two measure repetition instead of a single measure repetition. And I get that note when I'm singing over it, or that symbol when I'm singing over it. And when my voice is cutting out, you hear the splash. I think I prefer this though. I do. Okay. There. So now it's kind of more mellow. And I think this way the lyrics are able to do their thing without being overwhelmed by the percussion. And I kind of want to... What do I do here? Wait, couldn't I just do this? I could. Dang it. Okay, that's a little simpler. It's just a notation thing, it doesn't actually change the drum. But what if this was a snare? What do I do here? I do... Hmm? I see. If instead I did this... no. Ooh. I feel like it's so quiet. Hmm. Oh, yeah, the drums are quiet. Yeah, I forgot about that. What do I have? Mezzo forte? Yeah, I kind of need the drums to be quiet. For now, though, I can kind of make this... That skip there. I like it. And what does that sound like with the instruments? I need to listen to this over and over again. Kinda need this to be... Can I do both? Is that too much? What if I did... What if I did that? This title goes hard. Hello, Rex. It do goes hard. Yeah, it's too much. That's alright. This song is called Conscious Self. It's about my conscious self. That's the song. How are you doing? It's like you're tripping over the drums. I like it. Do I need a splash here? No. It works all on its own. No. What is that? Oh, it's a little thing. Sorry, I was distracted by something on my screen. As tends to be the thing that drives my attention when looking at a screen. You know. Oops. Here. I could make this like a 16th note earlier. Does that make sense? Can I do that? Just what the heck is that? Is that a ride? Crash? Oh, that's the crash. I was confusing it with the splash. Everybody shut up. You all need to shut up. Shut up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. My consciousness would be a cacophony, so this sounds great in comparison. I mean, I sneak a little 5/4 in here. I have 5/4 in my song. Listen. Doesn't it sound crazy? Really prodding the devil with that. No. Here's the context. One, two, three, four, five, 1, 2. I'll show you the beginning of the song, but like I want it to eventually be have you watched Oppenheimer yet? Because there's this idea, not in the movie, but from his Wikipedia page. Wrong one. Mysticism. This curiosity or joyfulness or transcendentalism from that can't be found in pure logic. You know what I mean? And to utilize that emotion or that desire or whatever you call that to stick with a song or to stick with a concept, even when it gets boring, even when you feel like you have no motivation and nothing new to add, but to continue to be inspired or to be like this thing that you're making is special, magical. It's almost like a pill of what's the word? Um, not mania, but like this thing is the most important thing, or this thing is super special, and almost making it out to be more special than it really is, as a way of sticking with something. I don't know. Haven't watched Barbenheimer. Too busy. I like that concept a lot, and I kind of want to make that into the song. Okay, so this is cool. So these are the lyrics. Wait, let me slow down for this part. And it continues, more of the same. Yeah, it's like a hyperfixation, but specifically on the emotion of the thing. Because I get caught up on the technical aspects of the thing instead of the body of the thing, the almost spiritual, not quite spiritual, but like, yeah, a beautiful and poetic approach to things. Because I like to focus on the things, and I lose sight of the stuff. Doesn't make any sense. But it makes sense. It just doesn't, I'm not wording it good. The song does have lyrics. I just haven't written them down yet because the rhythm is a little... And working with the lyrics of MuseScore is a little wonky, funky, flunky, woodinky. Here it is. So, the song begins. I could sing along with it, but I kind of get distracted easily, so I'll play the instruments first, and then I'll sing it. / rap it. It's not a rap, it's just melodyless vocals. And then it goes into the chorus. So the lyrics are, drag my conscious self around, out of bed and off the ground, wander to the kitchen, make some mac and cheese, stir the pot, maintain facade, mix the cheese till goldenrod, wonder if it's how my bloodline ends. Whew, driving through the streets tonight, music playing, I take flight, opposing traffic, what a pretty sight. Awooga. Sense kicks in, I lose control, swerve around, I hit a pole, catch my breath, I ask myself, did I really spend money on the battle pass? And then it sounds like we're going to the chorus, but we don't go into the chorus, we just continue with the verse. Taking stock of what I own, PC, keyboard, and my phone, no sense even drafting up a will. And then this part I probably will want to change, but the gist of it I want to keep. Friends from high school will find out that I died from Facebook, no doubt. Regret I never called since we spread out. Bill Wirtz vibes. Yes, exactly. Well, I kind of want to steer a bit away from that, but the charm and the, like, just whatever chords I want, whatever harmony I want, and the instrumentalization. Let me get... I don't want one of his more recent songs, but one of his less unrecent songs. Like... what was it? It was... comes this... no... like this?
Just did a bad thing.
I don't know. But yes, somewhat like Bill Wirtz. And then the chorus is... I can probably sing along to this. It's just still feeling my voice. I don't think my conscious self agrees, not with all these self-analyses, flying through my years with so much ease. How much time is left till I leave? And then I continue the song, the verse. Hardly conscious cell phone rings, car's extended warranty, mumble that I just got in a wreck. He hung up on me. drifting in and out of dreams, sometimes let out casual screams, wondering what I could have been. Poet, pastor, chemist, dentist, doctor knocking on my window. Looks like you got hurt, I'm fine though. We'll try to get you out, no guarantees. Car door open, letting in the breeze. And go immediately into the chorus, but I kind of forgot to show you the instrumentalizations. What a funky crisis, yes. It is precisely that. And these two notes right here, it's when I'm saying, mumble that I just got in a wreck, he hung up on me. And there's a bit of a dial tone kind of thing, disconnect tone. Then the bass line does something more interesting. I don't think my conscious self believes in anything I hoped that I achieve. My heart rejects the help that it receives. Blame it on my mental disease. So this part of the song, the bridge, I took two inspirations. I'll show you the visuals so you get a sense, somewhat sense, of if I were to make this a music video, what it would look like, but more what I want to include in the lyrics. So, you've heard me talk about It's My Life. Not that one, not that one, this one. I think. If not, surprise. Like, there's just a drawing of a spider, and then it turns into lines, like, huh? And then the bridge of the song. That's not quite the bridge. Like, what is this? Why is the camera just fixated on this fluke? It's just wild shots of, you know, wildlife, and I love it. I heard it at McDonald's the other day and wanted to send a vid to you. What an incredible video. Yeah, it's like... I guess the chorus is actually more of... And so, there's a lot of ways to interpret this, and one of them is the historical era, like, where is it? You see him, like, he's unhappy, and that's because he's not allowed to sing because of some British law, and so there's a censor bar over his mouth, and it's just random footage. But the feel of the song, especially in the bridge, is something that I want to incorporate into my song, and the visuals and the high contrast, you know, and all that, it's something that I want to communicate lyrically. So, some of the lyrics that I have written down are like, purple concha shell from the seas, stars that dot immense galaxies, and I still have to work out, like, what sounds good, but the general gist. Open field with flowers and bees, yellow pollen sailing the breeze, walk to school with apples and cheese, flipping through a book when I sneeze, crescent moon a sliver at dusk, dirty plates pile blah blah blah. Another word that I want to include is like dew, and I don't know how to make it work, but I know that I want to do that. And it's kind of tying in the visuals and the fantasticalness and almost not, I keep saying almost mania, but like this just pleasure of that the song provides and the descriptiveness of it, and inspired a bit. This whole song really is inspired by my ketamine treatment. Blah blah blah, lyrical genius. So I want to make this kind of like almost a description of ketamine, right? I have this story where I die, or like I get in a car accident, and I'm on the verge of death. And what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of spending money on the battle pass. I'm thinking of my friends finding out through Facebook. I'm thinking about, the doctor, is coming up to me and it's like, hey, we're gonna try to get you out. I'm like, you have to open. You've left the door open and the breeze is coming in. Like, I'm completely out of it, right? And I'm debating with myself what to think about my life, right? That, where did I guess it's this separation between myself and my life. And you know what? I don't think my conscious self agrees. Not with these self-analyses, not with, what was the other thing I said? Not with what my conscious self believes. I'm flying through my years with so much ease. How much time do I have left? My heart rejects the help that it receives, and I just blame it on mental disease. For better or for worse, but that's the reality. And then this bridge is completely out of it, right? There's the story of me getting into a car accident, and then there's me saying, you know what? I don't think that's a healthy mindset. And then I just describe random visuals as if I'm taking ketamine, and I'm like, yo, I just saw this cube unfold into other cubes that unfolded into other cubes. Dude, that sort of thing. And then I get to the sub-final chorus, the penultimate chorus, which has the 5/4 bar that's like spicy. I don't think my conscious self agrees, not with this absurd reality, stumbling through my life like I'm a fool. And then I don't know how to complete it, but for now I just have running out of thread in my spool. I don't think my conscious self agrees, not with these self-analyses, flying through my years with too much ease. How much time is left till I leave? So I basically have this chorus where I'm leaning into the things that I've been talking about in the verse, this absurd reality, and I'm stumbling through my life, and I'm a fool, and all this stuff. And then I am basically making a chorus for the chorus, right? The choruses were commenting on the nature of the verses, and then I have this, epiphany, or the bridge, and then I'm talking in reference to the bridge, and then I make a chorus describing, or in not retaliation, what's the word? Like countering what I've said in the previous chorus. And it's just the same lyrics almost as the first chorus. And it kind of loops back around. Dude. And then the outro is just simple and uses the same bass line or bass style as the beginning. And I still don't know exactly how I want to do it, but it's all really fun. And, you know, I never, while on ketamine, I never felt like I was tripping in the sense that, like, nothing made sense anymore, or that um, I was living in fantasy. It was more that the visuals that I saw were fantastical, or they were particularly like a vivid dream. And to some extent, I could steer it, but it was mostly doing its own thing. And I'm starting to get the sense that it's not the most helpful thing for me. Not that it's like has any side effects or negative parts, but it's just not doing what I had hoped it would do. And I'm kind of in a state where I am reapplying like that initial hope, or that initial what it was doing at first, right? And having that mentality or that approach looping back around, which is what the song does. And I know a lot of songs, they have an intro and an outro that are similar. But here I have the chorus in the beginning and the chorus in the end being almost identical, and I think that kind of sells the point more, in that this is a process that's iterative. And, you know, I'm writing this song as an iterative process, and I think most of songwriting is. But specifically this song where I'm like, you know what? I'm going into life a certain way, and then I have this life-changing experience. I get into a car accident, you know? And I'm thinking about my life in all these weird and kind of concerning ways, like, I should talk to a therapist about this. And like, I don't think my conscious self agrees. And blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't think my conscious self believes in the things that I had hoped. And then this wild bridge that I might end up ending, because I don't really resolve the storyline of the car crash. I just kind of say, um, the car door's open and it's letting in the breeze. Okay, then what? You know, I don't have a resolution to that storyline. And I might try to squeeze it into the bridge, kind of. Like, the idea that I have is, where is it here? So, like, I'm describing these things, and then slowly my descriptions kind of become more and more like the ketamine's wearing off. And I'm going, oh, you know, there's this beautiful sunset. Oh, there's this, that. Oh, there's this, that. There's this light shining down on me. There's this wind blowing through me. There's these paramedics, or like I described the flashing lights of the emergency vehicle, or something like that. And then I'm in the hospital room and they intubate me, you know, and I describe not what's happening, but the things that are happening in the environment, right? My focus isn't on what's happening to me or the social aspect of it. It's just what I can observe on an almost naive sense. Like if an alien was brought to Earth and was having the experiences they wouldn't be like, oh, the paramedics are here. They might be like, oh, these random people are trying to drift me somewhere. But if they were drugged enough, they'd be like, oh, there's these weird guys in there. Ooh, look at those flashing lights and the sound and oh, this place is cold. They put me on some sheets. This is nice. I get to lay down. You know, that sort of thing. I think that's the direction that I want to go in. So I'm going to write that down so I don't forget that that's what I want. Lead into the, what would it be, like the stretcher slash ambulanc slash, I spelled stretcher with a W. Don't ask where the W went, because that doesn't even make sense. Ambulance slash hospital, as if Cat were wearing off. It's a cool concept. I should hope so. I sure hope it is. Because otherwise I'm just gonna keep working on it and until it becomes a cool concept. What I think is really cool is that this kind of just came together. Like I obviously have done a lot of work to get like the drum and the chords, but the lyrics of the chorus just kind of happened. You know, while I was in Greenville, mom was in the was it mom? Yeah, it was mom in the hotel room, and I was in the shower, and I just came up with I don't think I had conscious self. I think I had different lyrics. I don't think something about me agrees. Not with all these self-analyses. I think flying through my years was at the end of my shower, like flying through my years with so much ease. And then later, I thought, "Ooh, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? This chord right here, it's gonna be a major chord instead of a minor chord." Because this is what I originally had. Here. You know, just forget that bass line. Shh, don't worry about it. And then I had the idea to make that a major chord to make it different from this section, and it's satisfying. And you know what else? Take the wildest guess. This. What the heck is this? Ah, this is D major. And you know what this resolves to? G minor. Okay, that's not that interesting. It's the relative. It's the relative. What's the word? It's the major 5 to the minor 1. And you know where you've heard that before? You've heard it in everything. You've heard it in Showtime. You've heard it in Lay All Your Love on Me. It's My Life doesn't have that, but it has the Barbie Girl chord progression, which is his own special thing. It actually uses the major 5. It does resolve. It does, like in the bridge. Right, so it goes from the E major, the major 5, to A minor, the minor 1. So it's everywhere, and I love it. Sure, you've got your major 5 to major 1, which is like, okay. You got your minor 5 to your minor 1, which is, but the major 5 to the minor 1, spicy. It didn't sound that good because the voicing was off. Maybe like, that's the wrong way around. Or you could just do... I'm trying to play it fast. You know, you didn't hear that B flat minor. What do you mean? That wasn't there. We were just focusing on the... If I don't press the notes in succession or simultaneously, it will play just the first one and not the next one. So like C, I'm holding it down, and I'm going to play D, E, F, G. Oh, I see. It's monophonic, kind of. So if I play C to E, and I hold down C, you're only going to hear E. Anyway, in summary, this keyboard is a bit silly. Yeah, that's my thesis and my conclusion. This keyboard is silly. So I can't really... You get the point. And I just love that. And so I included it. But what I'm struggling with right now is this, because this song is really interesting. There's a lot of really cool parts to it. I don't think, yeah, no, I didn't. If you said something and I didn't read it, just send something again so that I know that I didn't miss anything, because I'm kind of paranoid with the way my setup is. I've got this over here that's being sent to this over here, and I'm reading the green thing. But sometimes the thing from here doesn't go to here because it doesn't update because it's not being seen. I just want to make sure. But this song has a lot of cool stuff to it. But in my eyes, this chorus, this second to last chorus, is the most important one because it shows a transition between the chorus being all about this rational self, this self that's thinking right, and it's the true conscious self. And putting a light to that and saying, is that true? This seems like the voice of reason, but like calling myself a fool and whatever I want to include in this phrase right here, and then repeating, I don't think my conscious self agrees. It's not that it doesn't agree with the absurd reality, it doesn't agree with what I'm saying right here. And whatever I do with this chorus, it needs to be a pivot point where the final chorus makes sense and where it's showing this tension between really my conscious self and my conscious self. Now you're good? Good. That is good. That means that YouTube, what is it called? Not YouTube. I don't know why I said the word YouTube. Social stream is the word. Kind of funnels all the chat into a single thing. And it's what allows me to do this. Oh, well, if I do do this. And it shows up on my screen. And your screen shows up on all our screens. Wild how that works. But I'm struggling with what to make this, because I wanted it to be, the way the rhyming scheme goes is it's ease, 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 eve. And then the second chorus is eves, eve, eves, ease. So basically the ease and then eve, or eve and then is, with a couple plurals thrown in there, but like they're near rhymes. It's fine. They're all E, and E is the easiest vowel to rhyme with, but here I wanted to do something different. Ease, E, ool, and then ool, right? Kind of have a AABB sort of thing. But there aren't a lot of words that rhyme with fool. Not even near rhymes like ooh or ew. I just don't. I like to limit myself to a rhyming scheme to see what I come up with, but it's just not working here. It is. I need more words, and I need more. I don't know if ideas is right, but like a realization of what I want the ideas to even be, and a good sense of the larger scope of the song to be like, there's all this stuff happening, and there's all this stuff happening, which is repetitive. Good English. And this pivotal part of the song that puts into question whether my conscious self is the right voice to listen to. Because my subconscious self, I mean, he's doing his own thing. He's going on about like palm trees and like who knows what. And my conscious self has always been like, you know what? I think that's an unhealthy mindset. And then it goes ahead and has a very unhealthy mindset of his own. So, you know, that is the battle of the song. And it's an important battle that I depict not necessarily realistically, but in a way that's satisfying and not conclusive isn't quite the right word, like that works, that makes sense. It really shouldn't be this complicated, but I kind of want it to be because it's called conscious self. It's not called, you know, random thoughts, which is what the bridge is. But it's called conscious self, and I've kind of painted this song to be about that and to be in the nature of my being, which is this complex and contradicting thing. And I think a lot of people will resonate it, maybe not in the way that I had intended. Like, I don't think a lot of people are going to see the parallels between this and ketamine treatment. Seems like a pretty small subset. But the idea that you sometimes want things that you don't want. You do things that you regret instantly. It's not even a matter of like, oh, you know, when I was young and dumb, it's like, I didn't want to do that. Why did I do that? It's kind of what the song is well, I guess in this phrase, do 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 do, and then my voice, fades out, and then there's a quarter rest, and then another quarter rest, and basically another quarter rest, and then I jump in just before that quarter is over. Ah! So it's not like I'm right on the heels. I give myself some time to breathe. But I am kind of on my heels. Like, you know what? I said all these words, but like, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I don't think I agree. And it kind of all rests on this phrase right here. I do kind of need to I need to have the mysticism and the mystery and the curiosity and the transcendentalism of when I approach a piece, but I can't be like, oh, this is some special thing that I can't mess up. I need to change that about myself, where I can be accepting of making mistakes, but also of doing things that are bad. Like this right here, running out of thread in my spool. A cool concept, but it just sounds like word salad. It doesn't sound good. But that's okay. This is a good filler. This is good to work with. Problem is, I don't know how to go from this to what I wanted to say. Good old mindfulness. Yes. And a little bit of cognitive. Is it cognitive? Metacognition. Telling myself what to think. Which is. It's not. It's kind of a stretch to say that this is what the song's about. You know? I don't think my conscious self agrees with what my conscious self has just said. Let's reframe that. But yeah, I think mindfulness is a better description of my approach to music and what I need to change about it. But unfortunately, simply knowing that isn't getting this fixed. And I've listened to that before you jumped in. I listened to this a couple times, and I'm making changes to the drums. I'm seeing if I can change anything to the bass. I changed the voicing of a chord to be a little more satisfying. Oh, sorry, it's this section. And I'm learning to be okay with just letting the music play or just, you know, twiddling with the keys, but in the context of a stream, I'm like, I want to do something. I want to change things. I want to add something of value. Mm. Wait, oh, okay, wait, what is this? It's F. It's F? Huh? Oh, it's B flat, and I used the 5, but it's also G, because I said so? A very silent G. Unfortunately, MuseScore doesn't have the ability to set two staves of an instrument to different dynamics. So I can't say the right hand will play forte and the left hand will play piano, which is dumb. You have to have separate instruments for two hands of the same instrument. What? You silly. You are a silly machine. Although, there might be a way to get around that. Let's see. No. What if I explicitly say... Well, that didn't work. Dang it, MuseScore 4. Why you gotta be like this? Why you gotta be like this? Also, yeah, I'm using sheet music software to make music. Because my fingers, well, my wrist hurts too much to try out FL Studio, which I own, and I have opened, and have used on stream. But, like, look what I have to do. I'm not even kidding, my wrist hurt just after pressing it twice. Maybe if I... It's a bit easier with a lower DPI. I just can't use this program. I completely understand Toby Fox. He mentioned, I think on the Undertale website, or maybe in one of the emails, that he suffers from hand and wrist pain. I think in his case it's carpal tunnel. But yeah, when you have a high DPI like me, I have... Ooh, can I check? Since I'm not, you know, actively going through the music itself. Give my mind a bit of a break. So later. What? Oh, it's purple now? Oh, yeah, I've used this program. It's just, for whatever reason, it didn't show up. Oh, it did. I'm just... When it's updating, my DPI gets messed up. Where'd it go? What? Where'd it go? Where did it go? What? It was open, it said it was installing, and then it just disappeared. Like, that's pretty mean. What if I needed you? I'm codependent on applications that have a GUI. You installing, or what's your game plan here? You are... Oh, updater. You are the father. Congratulations, or apologies, or whatnot. Okay, so you updated, and you've given me the ability to fly, but you're not showing me anything, and that gives me anxiety. Not really, but kind of. Mini anxiety. Control. Oh yeah, Logitech makes webcams and microphones. That's right. Okay. What? Mm-hmm. Is this? Oh, this is for the when you plug it in. Okay, got it. Settings. I used to have a visual indicator of my DPI. Application. No, that's not what I want. Flow is something different. And settings. Check for update for the firmware. Okay. Wait, what? So you can recognize my device and change the settings of the device, but you can't find it to give it an update. That makes sense. Oh yeah, yep, Yeah, I get it. I don't get it. Is it smart? Actually, no. No. Is it a widget that I have to open? Are these called widgets? Am I making things up? OneDrive, respectfully disappear from my line of sight. I don't want you coming near me or my son ever again. I'm just throwing pop references all over the place. So I think it was Logitech Options that gave me the ability to do that. Check for update. That's confusing. Anyway, point is, my DPI is stupid high. And by stupid, I mean very. And by very, I mean the most. Don't believe me? Check this out. Oh, you block. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't. Ow. Okay. 57 degrees. Can you just tell me the DPI so that I can boast 4,000? That's not... Is it 3,600? Was it 3600? And they have a new one that's faster? Or it's 1600? Right, it has a resolution of 4000. But yeah, 1600 DPI. What does this mean? I'm not entirely sure. High precision sensor with 4000 adjustable DPI. Is it 4000? I don't know. Because if I do that, I'm swinging as fast as I can. And it's doing that. I swing all the way to the right. I get this. As fast as I can. You probably can't even see that with the resolution in. See, this is what I used to be able to see. This sort of thing. Now when I press the button, I see nothing. I am saddened by this change in a direction that I do not agree with. I think 1600 is the default. That's what I want to say. 4000 adjustable DPI. Maybe it is a full 4000. The thing is, I don't even know what a DPI is. I know what it stands for, but is it pixels per inch? I don't know what it means. Maybe you could mess with FL's accessibility settings. Maybe you could mess with your face so that it looks like you punched it. But like with makeup or something, I don't know. Huh? Oh no, I don't want an analyzer. No. But yeah, like I know there's a lot of settings and shortcuts and stuff, but I think I need to like get into macros and stuff to really be able to utilize things because I don't see uh is it here? Yes. I don't see any other way to add blips and bloops other than to manually click it. Like if I use the arrow keys, it shifts, you know, along the sequencer or whatever you call this. And I don't know what to... It's a left click to toggle it on and a right click to toggle it off. Ugh. So I would be interested, definitely, to see if there is an accessibility feature for that. Because, and also because my screen is so large and my DPI is so high, I'm probably going to need to change that. That will change my hand-eye coordination drastically. Because I'm used to just making quick movements to go from one place of the screen to the other. I'll probably have to tune it down. Oh, I wondered though if I... Oh, wait. Display settings. Scale. If I do this, does that affect... It doesn't? Wait, it's doing stuff. So it's at 200. It changes the size of the cursor. But it doesn't actually change the... Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Dang. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So I'll have to like look that up. Where is my thing? It is right here. You weren't here for this, right? Where I copied my notes. I have stuff. I think I just ended up putting music specific stuff into the artist specific stuff into the music specific stuff because I titled these sillily. Nope. Or bope. Oh, nope. Okay. Um, yeah, some music stuff like a C augmented 7. I am good at type. Yes, I am as well. I made so many mistakes. Because I typed this in Notepad++ and they don't have a autocorrect. A lot of red underlines when I copied it over to Word and then to OneNote. Because who needs one word processor when you have 3? Technically 4, but I can't use 2 instances at once. These 2 different versions. And I have a hex editor. But anyway, basically I have a music coach that I don't remember if I've talked to you about, and he and I talk about music. Wow. And he worked, he was Mom's supervisor when she was training to be a therapist. And so for that reason and others, he can't be my therapist. And all for the better because he's my music coach and my mentor in that sense. But anyway, we talked a lot about music and a lot about therapy-ish stuff, philosophies and mental health and stuff. I basically collected all these notes from him and from observations the last 2 weeks. Put them all here now, organized by topic, like Fortnite. Obviously, I didn't talk to my music coach about Fortnite. That would be silly. It's pretty cool, and it's helping me a lot. I need to actually get a therapist as well. But you were mentioning FL Studio. I should put that in Twitch/streaming, which is the title that I just give things that are like programs and stuff. Accessibility. Yes. So I do want to add commands to my Twitch chat, like shambles, not a command, stuff for heated discussions, a kind way to say, hey, we would like if you didn't send links without asking. I tried to make it so that I don't know, it's complicated. Nightbot can be a little limiting sometimes. Also, it is technically possible to create a text-to-speech voice using my voice so that it reads out as if I'm saying those things. But if I train the model with a robotic voice or something like that, I can actually make the text-to-speech not sound as janky by making it intentionally sound more robotic. And I thought that was a cool idea because there was a text-to-speech in a person's chat, or in a person's stream. What was her name? Victoria Ice Queen, or Victorious Ice Queen, something like that. And she has a really good robotic voice. Like she was I think a lawyer, or she worked with law, and she spoke well or had an English degree. I don't remember her story, but she just had a really nice voice, and she trained to make like a GLaDOS like thing. I could use a vocoder. And that's another thing that I always like, oh, I should use vocoder, but I don't know how to use it. I think FL Studio has more capabilities of vocoders, because the Audacity vocoder, or the plugins that you can get that are free, just kind of don't work. Like they introduce too much noise and garbling. And there are ways to use it, but it's kind of not limiting, but it's like you have to really finesse it to make it do what you want. And since I'm not very experienced, it's just annoying or stressful. But FL Studio has vocoder specifically for the human voice, and all the plugins, all of them, except for the ones that are for different programs. But yeah, the Twitch TTS thing is its own thing, because I have to So there are a couple steps to that, right? So, really, dude? There we go. So maybe a vocoder. Oh my goodness. Why did you capitalize that? Stupid. No capitalization. I have to make my own text-to-speech. What's it called? Voice? Like, there's a word for that. Whatever, text-to-speech. Whatever. With all the phonemes and stuff. And then I have to create a file that the text-to-speech that actually reads the text uses, and then I have to implement that into the chat. So it's a multi-stepped process that figure out other steps. I don't know. But if I could pull it off, it would be really cool. I know it's technically possible. I just need to know how to do it. And I don't think, if it has been done by people, I don't think many people have done it. Because it's a lot of work, and either people just don't use text-to-speech, or they use one that they like. I don't think many people have experimented with this. Or at least any of the big streamers that... Because there's so many other things in a stream that are important, that this is pretty minor in comparison. But it's kind of like one of those charm things. You're like, oh, that's nice. And if I get follow botted, you hear my voice kind of robotically saying really weird things. Anyway, don't want to think about that too much. Virtual cables, a new microphone, because I have a microphone, but it's like, it's inherently noisy, which is not a problem. Like with OBS, I've basically been using OBS to record my songs, and by songs I mean just the one. But I need to finagle the filters so that it's crisper and more of the tone that I want. An emoji, or an emote. Yeah. I can't make emotes right now. I mean, I can make emotes, but I can't use them until you get... Is it affiliate, or is it below affiliate? Anyway, that's kind of it for this. I'm just going to listen to It's My Life a little bit. Isolated instruments.
It's my life. It's my life.
Is it in this? I think it's in this. Yeah, it is. That motif is so good. Hmm. Ooh, diddling? What is that? Where is that? You're... Is it in strings? I think it is. Huh. I'm always discovering new things with this song. So yeah, let's go from this chorus to the... The acoustic kicks out? I thought it was throughout the whole thing. Huh. How much do you... It's my life. Wait, what? Oh, that's in the BV?
It's my life. It's my life. It's my life.
Oh, let me mute the background. Just...
It's my life.
What is this?
It's my life.
Oh, is this... No, it's a different recording.
It's my life. Don't you forget.
Interesting. I thought there was only one recording. The reason I say that is because...
It's my life.
Can't hear it. If I bring the volume up a little more. Not that much more.
It never,
Oh, that's too...
it never ends. It's my life.
He says, ow.
It,
That peaked at 7.2, but that was really loud for me. I'm sorry.
it never ends. It's my life. Oh.
He says, ow. Probably out of pain. And I was under the impression that was the only recording that they had. Or, like, that was the best recording that they had. And they only used that. But no. There's this. Easter egg. Ooh. Wait a second. That's spicy. Oh my gosh, Mouse.
It's my life.
Wait, the whole thing is done differently, isn't it?
It's my life.
Laugh. Like he's using a different vowel here. He do 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 is not what he's doing. It's do do do. Not, you know, out of tune, but like
It's my life. Don't you forget. It's my life. Don't you forget. It's my life.
interesting. These are the techniques of master musicians that I don't know why he's doing that exactly. I have conjectures. Like the the pattern that this sound makes, it's my life, right, ends pretty soon, and then this one delays it a little more. So what I'm doing here is I'm bringing the background vocals, or the BV as this is called, which is on the same track as this. Oh, that might be too loud. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Right, that's out of key, and it's in the same track as these vocals, which is an interesting choice. But I'm trying to understand what role this plays in the track. So I brought it up like 20 decibels just to hear alongside the main vocals.
It's my love.
Oh, that's too loud. I can't even hear the... Okay.
It's my love.
Little quieter, like 7 or something.
It's my love. Don't you forget.
I really like all these tracks that I've highlighted, but I'm gonna have to solo these 2 tracks.
It's my love. Don't you forget. Caught in the crowd. It never ends. It's my love. Don't you forget. Caught in the crowd. It never ends. It's my love.
You can kind of hear them cut out at slightly different times, but it's not as strong as I expected.
It's my love.
It's like a 16th note or something.
It's my love.
Okay, maybe a little more, like an 8th note or
It's
something.
my love. Don't you forget.
And then here, do 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 instead of do 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 do. Or how does it go?
Don't you.
Goodness.
Don't you forget. Don't you forget. Don't you forget.
It's the same on both. I mean, understandable. And this is like basically inaudible.
Don't you forget. Caught in the crowd.
If not, it cuts out before here. And then this is not part of the song, but it's in the track for whatever reason. And it cuts off very abruptly, because these were recorded on tape. And you can hear... Actually, if I mute this one, you can hear the cymbals. And these cymbals aren't being played live. These are in the headphones, bleeding into the mic.
It's my love.
And that's the vocal.
Don't you forget.
But then you hear this. And I wonder if they recorded the organy sound, which I think is this one. No, it's this one? Yeah, it's this one. I wonder if they recorded this track and then they made a copy of it or whatever, they re-recorded it, and then recorded the background vocals over that track, over that tape. I think that's why there's this artifact here.
Don't you forget. It's my love.
Because you don't hear it in the interim between the vocal recording.
It's my love. Don't you forget.
But you do hear it kick in after it. Like there's the almost irrelevant technical details of the song, and I'm trying to parse them as distinct from the intentional things, like recording the same thing twice. And it doesn't sound like one of them has reverb or anything, or vocoding, or anything like.
It's my love. It's my love.
Bring them to the same relative volume.
It's my love. It's my love.
Like slightly different vowels, or like closer or farther from the mic, but the same performance mostly.
It's my love. Don't you forget. It's my love. Don't you forget.
Or maybe my untrained ear can't really tell them apart. But either way, like, I need to understand why this was done. I must. Because it'll help me know what to do with my own songs. Because unfortunately, I have to deal with the human voice instead of all these digital ones. And that's annoying. I don't want to have to do that. Just want to make the notes go on the paper, and then the notes just turn into music somehow. I don't know how. Magic, probably. Wait, what? I thought I... Oh, I did. I kept that. That's right. You said producers often have two recordings for the vocals so they have more integrity. Like, what does that mean? Because, you know, as someone who's not producing, I would just turn up the volume of something. Because I could tell when the two are at the same volume, which I guess is not what you would do as a producer. But if you had them at the same volume, the note is the same between the two. Like let's say the note is the same, right? But the notes begin at a slightly different time. And so you hear that what's the word? Dissonance. Not dissonance, but the deconstructive interference. When one sound wave is going down and the other is going up. But this is the human voice we're talking about. And the pitch varies and wobbles a little bit, and you've got tremolo that between different takes is a little bit different. So I guess when I hear that, I go, ew, yuck, throw it away. But I guess the idea is not to have them at the same volume. And one just kind of supports the, like, vocalist is bound to be inconsistent, so layering them makes it sound cleaner. I have the opposite impression. That it makes it sound wobbly or inconsistent. Yeah, it's a support thing. Because I can see where that comes from. I guess I struggle with the execution. So when I listen to my song, and even two different pitches, right? I hear the two, and if I just heard one, I'd be fine. If I just heard the other, I'd be fine. But I listen to both of them, and it just sounds like they don't come together. And I guess that's part of the vocal technique or the performance, but if one is at a very different volume So like I've been not experimenting. I can't say that I've been experimenting, but I've been analyzing other songs and talking to my music coach and like having a vocal track and then you apply an effect to that vocal track, but you keep a copy of it. And like let's say you want to add reverb. You can add reverb to a copy of the track without making the original sound too muffled. Or you can add vocoding so that you have this clear, crisp voice, but there are layers of chords sung. One example is Ava Max's uh, Kings and Queens. And I mention it because the production of that song is very good. And then all of her other songs, I just can't listen to at all. But I guess more in my style is Lay All Your Love on Me, which has vocoding, but it's kind of subtle. And you have this choir-like sound that's partly different recordings and partly just the vocoder effect. By the way, what you're doing is production. It's a pretty nebulous word to BH. Dang it. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's the unknown, it's the uncertainty, it's the, oh, I have to learn things. But like, I might have one person teach me one thing and another person teach me a different thing. It's like, well, which one do I do? They got all these secrets. I gotta figure out which secrets to listen to and how to implement them. And well, see, normally we would apply this technique, but you screwed up your vocals, you idiot. No, they wouldn't say that. Like they know the how to what's the word? They know the intuition of what to do with something when they see it or when they hear it rather. But there's no, at least in the tracks provided. I'm sure maybe the mixer, or sorry, the masterer, the person who's mastering the song, probably added like reverb or something to that other track, because I can't really imagine. But maybe it doesn't. So like, this is what I'm battling with. We're gonna get the paint. Paint.net. Okay, or maybe the paintbrush. So we got one sine wave. And then we got another sine wave that's slightly out of sync, right? What do you get? Well, you get a bit of a warble, like that, like 90 degrees out of phase or whatever the difference is. But the amplitude of this wave is much smaller. This is not to scale. The amplitude of this wave is a lot smaller. So the warble will not be noticeable if the amplitude of the waves is smaller. And even then, right, the difference here of the amplitudes is going to be like 40% or something. But then in the greater scheme of the mix, if you got things that are 60% and 70% and 20% and 30% and 9, well, I guess you wouldn't have anything. Yeah, sure, 90. Wow, what a big number. Look how big it is. Look how many pixels it has. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I have, yeah. Look how big it is. Wow. I guess in the greater context of the mix, you just don't hear that. That's my running theory right now. That would indeed be the producer. I don't like it. I disagree with this reality. I would like things to be precisely how I would like them, and no different. But I'm because of what you have told me, and you are the person who knows things. It's on your birth certificate. I don't care about any of the other things that are on your birth certificate. It says you know things. So, this must be true. And if it is indeed true, I have provided a mechanism for which it can be understood. And perhaps in this way, I will understand it and hold on to it as truth. And understanding the mechanism, I can apply it in ways slightly different to the ways that I have observed them and have had them explained to me. That way, I can really know stuff good. Because this makes sense. And if I just have whatever the difference, I mean, I'm going too technical right now. Whatever the frequency of this warble is, right? Let's say I have something at 400 hertz and another thing at 390 hertz. That's 1 hertz difference. Or if I have like 3 hertz. 3 hertz is not something you can really work with. But if it's like a high amount of hertz, you could, I mean, it'd be out of tune at that point. But there's some flexibility with like, because like there's overtones and all that stuff, and you could have an instrument at that frequency. But I think what this song kind of does, that's not that, is it has this synth over here. I have to mute everything. No, I can just do that. This organy sound that has a built-in warble, or what is it, like a choral effect or whatever the right word is. And it has this wibbly wobbly to it. And because it's a kind of nasally sound, it kind of covers a good amount of the spectrum. Like if I did this, let's see if my theory is correct. Yeah, it's got a pretty good distribution along the spectrum. It's not infinite, of course, but where it begins and where it ends, pretty stable, along with all the chords that are involved. Kind of fills up the register of the human voice. Although it's a little high, so I guess some of the fundamentals of the voice are a bit under this organ sound. But I think that also helps to mesh, because my song DC, it doesn't really have that. It has organs, but it doesn't have this warbly thing. And I think this contributes to the, hey, this doesn't sound like garbage effect. Away with this monstrosity that I have created. Oh, no, it's not edge. So repeat everything that I just said in 2 sentences. Not really. I can do it. Music specific. Sponsor? Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's songs. It's a thing that I want to apply to multiple songs, so it wouldn't be a song thing. 2 recordings of vocals, and you use the word integrity, and I like that word because I don't exactly know what it means, but I know it's important. And I could use the word strength, I could use the word cohesion, I could use a lot of other words, but I think integrity sums it up the best. And if it sounds off, I can always re-record, but I find re-recording to be stressful. Once I get a sense for recording, I can re-record at will. But right now it's like I record something, and I play it back like minutes later, and then I record, and it's just not a good process, not a fast or... I don't like it. And I don't like it in a way that turns me off to the idea of recording. Add, so what was it? It was other in that register and or a warbly, what is that called? I know I could check my keyboard, my actual keyboard, which I set up. Yay me. So I can listen to good Yamaha presets. Not presets, but like the sound engine of the Yamaha keyboard. It's very nice. And I found out that I can use those sounds for commercial use. As long as I don't sell them as just the sound, I can make music with those sounds. Kind of like a free sound font. Like I don't need to even have attributions. Just use it. It's mine. I bought the keyboard. The sounds are mine. Wild. Warbly organ. Warbly. There's actually something called warbly. No, this is it's a simple word. Tone generator warble? Organforum.com? Huh? I mean, I guess, yeah, that does make sense. Okay, so warble's generally a bad thing, so it's not, probably not this word, but I don't want to go all the way over to my keyboard, which is like 4 feet away. I mean, yeah. Hey, look, it's me. Now I am become death, the feeler of oof. Did I say marble? Did I say marble? No, I said warble. E. Warbly. You stupid. You big dumb stupid. Bad. Bad search algorithm. Like legitimately bad. Huh? I'm gonna check. I'm gonna be a little bit away from my keyboard, but like not super far. So not far will I be that I will be closer to another one. Rotor? Is that it? Goodness. I found it. It's called Rotary. That's a fast organist. I don't care. I want a fast organ. Ow. When you press left, it doesn't fast forward. It goes to the next video. Can you imagine? Not that fast. Or not fast enough. I said the wrong thing. Yeah, anyway. Fast rotary. Actually, you know what? I'll leave this here. A fast rotary organ-like instrument. And then I had one more idea. Add other instruments in that register, or that. And or sing with slightly different vowels. Are you familiar with vowels? The what are they called? Not firmaments. Why am I thinking of that? It would be filament, firmament, formants. That's what it's called. So literally the observation or the perception of vowels is in the hey, there's a W there. That's a semivowel. Kind of. Sort of. You take those W's out of there. I mean, I don't know. W's weird. W's always been weird. It's the beginning of time. But yeah, the formants are the... Unless you know it already. And otherwise, I will explain it. So you have spectrum of a sawtooth, right? Is going to have a distribution of frequencies like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Actually 1, 2, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. All the multiples of the fundamental. And then the height, the amplitude, is going to be, we're going to define this as 1. That's going to be 1/2, and then 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, etc. And each different sound has its own distribution here. But then vowels take that a step further. They have formants. For example, the human voice might sound nasally, but even when it's nasally, you can perceive the different vowels, right? And that's because you basically apply this distribution to that, or that, or that. So you basically apply this shape to this. So instead of being like this, it would be like... Okay, that's abysmal. Let me try a brush and then just paint it black. So it'd be like cutting out all that, and the higher end is relatively higher. Or take out this this harmonic and these harmonics, right? Or I mean, that's the same thing, but that's the idea of it. And what's interesting about formants is that they're the same regardless of the fundamental frequency. So if I'm singing A2, or if I'm singing A7, right? That might be a bit extreme, but like A5, right? You're going to have the same peaks, kind of, right? Relative peaks. So if you got the spectrogram of A2 all the way to A5 of the vowel E, you'd see them rise and fall within this general shape. I don't know, that's the idea. Why was I describing this? Because I like it. I don't know. And what's interesting about this is, and I really want to use this. I'm gonna write this down because I thought it was a really cool idea. The idea is to sing counter lyrics simultaneously, right? So I'm singing different simultaneously. What? I still made a mistake. What did I do? Oh. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, simultaneously. There you go. So like I sing, I want to go to the beach with I don't want to go to the beach, or something like that, contrasting lyrics. But the catch here is that I sing the vowels such that they fill each other's gaps, right? So if I'm singing E, right, I might sing ooh, and when I'm singing ah, I might sing eh, stuff like that. With what's it called? With con. Red and green, what are they called? Complementary. With complementary colors. I think that's a really cool idea. That's for much later. I'm not going to be able to pull that off now. I'm struggling to write lyrics on a topic that is very relevant to me. This is a bit out there. But whenever I do get to it, it's going to be the sort of thing where, like, I'm playing around first with the melody, right? The general flow. And then I figure out, well, what vowels do I want? What, whatever. And then I create a counter melody or the same melody line, but with different vowels, right? And I have to either make this really abstract and not have lyrics, just voices, that sing sounds, um, like a choir, almost, or I spend weeks or months figuring out what lyrics to fit into the vowels that I've set forth, adjusting some, this E can be an eh, this oo can be a I, stuff like that. I'm gonna look at the vowel triangle very frequently, which is actually more rounded, kind of like the visual gamut, but point being, formants. A. Yeah. And another fun fact about formants, it's the reason why you can tell, it's one of the reasons that you can tell when a voice has been shifted, pitch shifted down or up, because the formants won't quite align with what you're used to hearing. You can hear someone sing an E2 or an A2, and if they're singing the vowel oo, you'll be able to tell. But if you take someone singing E and pitch shift it down to A or A to E, and they sing the oo, it's going to sound weird. It's going to sound off. And it's kind of the same way with consonants. You can kind of tell when the vowel R, or sorry, the consonant R is not said at the proper frequency, or the natural frequency of the human voice, because it's going to sound weird. Sounds like ch and sh and ts, and to some extent f, oopsie, and p, right? They're a little bit harder. It's easier with b, v, v, I don't know. I was just playing around with my voice. This needs to be framed. This needs to be put on a wall. This is like, imagine the different interpretations that this will have at a museum. Is it a roller coaster? Is it stocks? What does it mean? The mystery, the wonder, the strokes, how thin they are. The lettering, so wild and unconstrained. I don't know. Silliness. But yeah, I studied performance a little bit. Khan Academy flavored image. That's a mood. And now for DPI. I just want to quickly read what the heck it is. This says it's the definitive guide, so you know it's real. The pixels the cursor will move. Okay. Thanks. That answered my question. I didn't talk to you about Oppie, did I? You haven't watched the movie, so I won't spoil it. Okay, I will spoil it. He built the nuclear bomb, and it exploded. The end. And then he said, "Oh, Oppenheimer style," and everyone broke into dance. Except for the people who died. They didn't dance. They were too busy being dead. Yeah. Anyway, what I found interesting about his character that wasn't mentioned in the movie, and that I haven't mentioned yet in the stream, where is it? Okay, that's nice. Where was it? When your history teacher spoils Oppenheimer. Surprise. Surprise. I don't know why I said it like that. Oh, I didn't read this. Huh. I'll just search it, cause it's some guy. McGeorge Bundy. He wrote, quite aside from Oppenheimer's extraordinary rise and fall in prestige and power, his character has fully tragic dimensions in its combination of charm and arrogance, intelligence and blindness, awareness and insensitivity, and perhaps above all, daring and fatalism. All these, in different ways, were turned against him in the hearings. The security hearings that the State Department had. That was, I'll let you watch the movie, but like, you hear, like, there's so many conflicting, not accounts, but just perspectives of him, of what his character was like. He was charming. You know, you didn't look, people didn't look to him and go, oh, he's, you know, he's full of himself or whatever. And yet he was arrogant. He was intelligent and brilliant and yet blind. He was aware of everything and yet seemingly cold and insensitive. And he was daring to do crazy stuff and yet almost obsessed with fate and the if he sensed that something wouldn't work, it just wouldn't work. And I read this character, of him that's like really appealing to me. And then I hear these criticisms of his character, the faults in his nature. I'm like, huh, I don't want that. And yet I find myself not arrogant, but it's like another way of arrogance coming up. Like I already know that help will not work for me. I already know that life won't get better, or I already know that, you know, some bit of information and someone relays it to me, and I'm almost insulted that they would tell me because I can't know for myself and that sort of thing. And I catch myself doing that sometimes. I'm like, so that's what that is. We talked about this in psychology the other day. Some traits are desirable in one situation, yet undesirable in another. Yeah, that too. Like, a lot of his personality worked really well at Los Alamos, where he had to lead. And yet, a lot of those traits that made the bomb successful were highly scrutinized by the military, and they hated him. You had the scientists that were in complete support for him, almost cult-like. Not quite, but like they adored him. And then the military hated him. And there were a couple scientists that hated him, and there were a couple in the government that were on his side, but he seemed like a divisive figure in that regard, where it was precisely the things that he did that were of benefit and that made the bomb possible that were also later turned against him in the hearings. And he had a lot of influence while he was alive. And yet, autism? I didn't say autism. Who said autism? Did Oppenheimer say autism? Was it Bundy? I knew it was Bundy. Look at his face. Actually, you can't identify it. That skull thing. You know that skull thing? I don't remember what it's called. Feren, fern, fern, fer, phrenology, I think. Phrenology? Yeah, phrenology. Um, autism traits. And scientists? Autism. Um, yeah, I mean, he was to some degree practical, and to some degree he believed in mysticism, right? The the wonders of the Hindu scriptures, or the Hindu stories, and this fascination with the the inner workings of the nucleus, and these stars that could collapse in on themselves and become black holes. Like, he was one of the first people to suggest the mechanism for black hole creation. I think he worked with one of his students, and that was his student's dissertation, or whatever. But like, his name is on the paper, and to this day we have the TOV limit. Shut up. The Tolman-Oppenheimer-Volkoff limit. Tolman was one of his students, and then I don't remember who Volkoff is. So, like, that's pretty cool. Yeah, pretty neat. I like black holes. So, the fact that this guy was involved, pretty neat. And I kind of knew that already, but forgot, because I'm like, eh. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, like anyway. Um, so he was influential, right? But while he was influential in his circle, in um in the scientific community, and to some degree the popular culture, the people whose opinions to some degree mattered, or that could put his life at I mean his brother was done dirty by the government. They revoked his security. They basically made him unable to get a job. Um, they went through everything. All his correspondence was, you know, dug through by the security. And it's like he didn't seem to really care what his actions did, or at least how his demeanor or how his actions looked in their view. And I think that was one of the things that were considered arrogant or blind. He knew so much, and yet he either didn't care or thought he was above these things, or he just wasn't aware of them. And they, I mean, destroyed his life. It's not in the movie, but like he died, and then his daughter committed suicide. Like it was not a happy ending by any means. Like it wasn't like tragic, but it was just like, oh, well, that's not good. That's that's not a good story at all. I'm sad now. And there are elements of him that I want to emulate, right? The charm and the wit, but the ability to have influence on things in a way that was never seen before. He was one of the first scientists to really make a difference in politics and in the military itself. Because science was seen as this, you know, oh, let them fiddle with their gadgets. Oh, they're silly. And then now you have these scientists creating weapons, which was a thing done before, but like, these are weapons of mass destruction. And then you have these scientists telling the military how to use their weapons? What? What the heck is that? No, you will get the movie tickets. That uh cuz I am telling you things that aren't in the movie. All right? Um like he died of throat cancer. Movie doesn't tell you that, does it? Spoiler alert, it doesn't. It focuses on his life. Because the movie is called Oppenheimer, not Oppenheimer, the guy who was a chain smoker and died. Sorry, died. Um, but I want to be influential and to part of the mysticism thing is he really loved integrating and bringing together sciences and humanities, which in his time was seen as like bad, like stupid. You know, why are we having painters and English students coming into our building where we're doing real work kind of thing? And that's really cool. And the influence that he had as a scientist on politics and the military, also really cool. But at the same time, like, I would not go about those things the way he did. And you know, there's the hindsight element, and there's just like, I don't have the courage or the boldness or the um personality traits to go about things the way he did. And I think that's for the better, but I see these character flaws in him. I'm like, I don't want to do that actually. I think that would go against my goals. And I obviously wouldn't want to go into science and have influence on the military and politics. I would want to siphon my influence differently. Perhaps to the music industry or ethics and media production, maybe stuff like that. But at the same time, I would want to dabble in the sciences, you know, come up with some insight about black holes, to simplify calculations or, to predict things. I have that scientific mind. I just can't deal with the math and the mostly the math. Cause like where's the calculating Chandrasekhar limit? Chandrasekhar. Like, okay, so that's a Fermi gas, so I don't really need to know that. But I do need to know this. Which I guess isn't that bad? Still don't know what PL is. Who's that? And what are you doing with my white dwarf / neutron star? Is that Planck mass? Is this a simplification of the... See, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I don't really know why we're doing this or how to apply this. Like, I can plug things in. Anyone can plug things in. But I don't have a feel for why it is the way that it is. And I certainly wouldn't be able to create these, to have the insight to formulate an equation that is beneficial to the community. But I could help somewhat, right? I am a helper, a assistant. I'm not my own scientist. I can look at something and go, hey, that doesn't look right. And they'll be like, it is right. I'll be like, oh, okay. Hey, that doesn't look right. No, it is right. Oh, okay. Hey, that doesn't look right. Oh, you know what? You're right. Thank you for being here. I wouldn't have caught that. That kind of assistant. Yeah. But if I could have my name, like this is kind of the not arrogance, but like glory thing. If I could have my name attached to black holes somehow, that would be insane. Right? Not just, oh, this guy has a black hole as a profile picture or made a video essay about the history of black holes in astrophysics. Like, I could actually do something that changes the way we see it. Like, that would be wild. And last thing of the stream, because I do need to sleep at some point. I found out. I mean, it's fine if you see this, but Wait, did that? Oh, that showed up before. If I click this, yeah, I figured. Dang it. Okay, well, I can show you this other thing then. Not history, not watch later. Video game ideas. So I have it under video game ideas because check Discord before I stream. Okay. So I see these, right? Okay, turn that down. Right? Where the accretion disk is a whitish, reddish, yellowish, orangish color. And then I found this guy. Black hole with accretion disk in true colors. That's me. That's me. That's literally me. With a couple caveats. So one of them is that the accretion disk width is dependent on who knows what factors. It's not really a focus of science right now. But the color, this is, I mean, it might be the slightly different shade of blue, but that's basically what it is. Whereas, is it here or is it somewhere else? Let's go with this image. So mine definitely has a cyan and a couple streaks of green and stuff. And that's not realistic. I just chose this because I originally made it yellow-orange. And then shifted the color, and it just turned out being cyan, and I'm like, you know what? That looks nice. But this, I would definitely want to make this like a streak of white or a streak of darkness, red, black, orange kind of thing. It being kind of green, you know, you can still see it from far away. It just doesn't look quite right. And I obviously want to make, not obviously, if it were obvious, I would have done it already. And you would see it and you'd be like, oh, duh. But I want to make the streaks around more realistic. It's a balance of a spiraling motion to Saturn's rings kind of thing to smoothed out because this is a large structure. At least in the supermassive black holes, it's an enormous structure. These things are massive. Not just in mass, but like in a stellar mass black hole, it's like the rings of Saturn, or even smaller, right? So the rings, the bands, are very noticeable. In a supermassive black hole, I mean, these things are measured relative to the size of the solar system. It's a more smooth kind of thing. But like the fact that I had this idea, hey, wait, what if the accretion disk were blue? Because like as matter gets hotter, it turns blue, not red. So a really heated accretion disk would shine blue. And sure enough, the true colors are verified, at least in this animation, by this guy, who, by the way, made the Science Click channel, which has really good explanations for, and has really good visuals for, oh wait, this is the French version, English. Like very appealing, like the best animations that I have seen. So cool stuff from this guy, and making me feel better about my artistic decisions when it comes to depicting black holes. As far as what I wanted, I think that's everything. So I will check Discord now. Oh, well. See, I don't like that Discord does that. I'd rather it not. Hmm. I will wait. We will keep this not maximized. But go out an itty bitty. So this is what Rex made. It's my life. And he would have done more, but he would have written my name or my username, but says he's running low on ease, which is understandable. Nice. I like that, and I like the color palette because it's like I don't know. If I were to come up with a color palette for either It's My Life or my song Conscious Self, right? The colors that I see in nature, everything. I think I would choose because well, It's My Life is like saturated colors. It's like very sharp red, greens, and blues. But I'd probably choose more of your palette, where it's not pastel, but it's a little desaturated, and I'm reminded of, but it's not quite the same as Fruit Loops colors. Is it Fruit Loops? It's Fruit Loops. Okay, I thought so. You know what I mean? Like minus the purple and maybe minus the red. Not sure how I feel about the red. Like this image right here is perfect. Like I think of this black hole flavored. Ooh, I gotta show this. Black and blue. Very nice. Thank you for making that a part of the stream. I like my viewer interactions. Cause I'm a steamer now. Is that a is that a slur? Why do I feel like that's a slur? Like a what's it called? Uh steampunk slur. Anyway. Maybe sometime I'll talk to you about the visuals I had. And not like in a ooh, I did drugs kind of way, but like dreams, I interpret it more as because I the visuals were more like a um what's the word? Like I'm watching a movie or I'm like it's 5 in the morning. Yeah, but not in China. Did you ever think of that? I did just now. To make an excuse for not going to bed. About the experience. Yeah, later I'll tell you the experience, but it was like watching a movie or like the beginning of a movie that's seeing the different film production companies and like their little logos and whatever and they go from a tree to the text and the little logo for their tiny little production company and the movements were fluid like that and I'd like to make a music video that's like that. That's just like quickly things just kind of fade into each other or morph into each other. Like lines, like a straight line smooths out into a circular shape and like the forms just blend into each other, you know? but it's my brain, so it looks perfect, and I'd want to make that a reality, but it's just a lot of work. What if, hear me out, I'm ending in like 4 minutes, but what if instead of making movies, we just put a bunch of people into a dark room and gave them drugs? What if Oppenheimer did K? What if I went back in time and I said, hey, they made a movie about you? I gave him ketamine and then just watched. I'd have to like blindfold him or something. And when he's going under, take the blindfold off. Aha, here's the movie. They had black and they had in his lifetime, he died in I think 67. They had I think even color film. So I probably wouldn't convince him. But it's funny to think about. Beautiful. The beautiful ideas. No, but I guess what I'm really after with that silliness is if I could just give people an experience. Just not have to go through the work of actually producing something. Just give them an experience. Whether that's like a drug-like experience or if it's like a transcendental, you know, visuals, or if it's an emotional story, or if it's a concept, right? If I could just explain quantum physics to someone without saying a word, just give it to them. Like the giver. Like the giver. I don't know, I'll just put to reread that book. Pretty sure I have a copy still. Where'd that be? That would be in Practical Philosophy. The Giver. I was thinking about it recently for a different reason, but kind of the same reason, giving an emotion to someone. But yeah. Oh, wait, there is one more thing. Don't worry, it's short. Actually, I want this. Whatever. It's it's technically in Twitch. Okay. Sorry, this thing is being silly. It's actually most important, and that is to have a black hole wallpaper. I found someone else in a Fortnite stream. Well, it doesn't matter the story. The point is, they had a very nice black hole background, and I have a couple images of black holes. But I want to use what I learned. I don't have to. I can search one online and edit it, but I would like to have, instead of this mess of stuff, just a nice background to end on. Maybe a couple folders. Ideally, I'd move my folders to my other screen, but like, just have a nice thing to end on before going into the end screen. The book always awakened the woo woo in me. I'm not sure what you mean by woo woo, but I think I know what you mean. If you want, we can talk in the Discord a little bit. Not in voice chat because I want to transition to sleep and just want to respond. You know, maybe tomorrow morning. You text me something and I'll respond in the morning. Mysticism. Ah, yep. It is a mystical book for a lot of reasons. So I did fix, because I would end stream and the end music wouldn't show up. And maybe you can let me know. It shouldn't be too loud. But now I have music for when it ends. And I do have to... One more thing. The last thing is black hole wallpaper and then the end music. I should make that a little more clear. The Showtime end music. Yes, I will do that at some point. Probably much later. I want to do the wallpaper. I want to make the music that I'm working on now. I'm working on like 5 different songs. Not even kidding. I don't want to do a 6th. I want to keep my focus, keep the momentum. But it is the end. Make your consciousness unconscious. I will. Or at least I'll try. Probably have to shower first because I hiked today and that's for me to figure out. In the meantime, it is bye-bye time. And bye-bye. Why do your apps spell out P? I mean, kind of. I mean, I always saw this as an R, a and a T, and then just random stuff spelled out. But yeah, I see the P E, and then there's just an L or I here, Ippy. You know. But that is all. Enjoy the end music. I still need to form an outro. Okay, one more thing. This is actually the last thing because I am literally about to leave now, but I want to form an actual outro. Speech thing. If I don't type it, I will forget it. So, good night. Bye-bye. That's not the right screen. This one is.